Hello everyone, this is Lokati. We're going to be doing a series on starting your characters, leveling from 1 all the way to monoliths, which is the end game. I'm going to focus primarily on the campaign and the side quests and getting to monoliths for a cycle starter. To do that, we're going to need to pick a character. We're going to go ahead and start off with Sentinel. Most players are going to have a plan for their character, so we're going to plan to play a paladin. Just for the sake of the video, we won't have any builds set in place yet. Uh, we'll just kind of play with what gear we have access to simulate what you would be like on a league starter. Obviously, once you get high enough level and you have enough gear, you can make adjustments to your skills that you selected and your passives to get to the ultimate build that you want to be at. But whenever we're starting out, we just want to kind of play to the available resources that we have. So we'll go ahead and create our character here. We're going to choose standard mode as opposed to hardcore mode. And then we're also not going to do character found, which isolates the drops just to your character because we want to have the availability for later on playing with other people. So we'll create our character.
I am the Sentinel. I spent my youth working the forges under Solaran, helping to...
I'm not a cinematics fan, so we're going to go ahead and skip that, but you should look at some of the cinematics. I think they've done a very good job on them. Now, as we start out on Sentinel, we just get this Vengeance attack. Vengeance is a attack that does damage and then counterattacks if you've been hit recently. While you're leveling, this is actually surprisingly good damage. One of the best starter skills of all the classes out there. First little starting zone, you're just going to be smashing these little guys. Firebird guys can be a little bit tougher. Keep an eye out for any drops in here because even though they're nothing fantastic, they're craftable. So that's important. There goes a Sunrise Emblem. That's a good start. That gives us some Ignite chance. Ignite is a very powerful ailment early on. It does high damage, and it's fairly easy to get access to. And we did pick up a Warpath. There's a nice little pack coming up here. We'll go ahead and Warpath them. The Vengeance is still our best single target. A Warpath is a very popular skill. We got a nice little Ignite Sentinel idol that we can craft on. So we'll probably lean into that and play with our Warpath. Maybe do a Warpath Fire build. Would be really good on Paladin. Increased crit strike gloves. It's good.
When you arrived, it was able. I can. What? Are you good? Names. No one. Come. Let me watch you fight. smoke.
And we did pick up Throw Hammer, which is not a terrible skill, but it's not a great one until you focus into it. So we're going to keep using what we have. Melee void damage on the axe, solid. Attack speed on the axe is solid. Good items to start with. Any flat damage you can get on weapons is really good whenever you're starting off.
So much destruction. And for what?
And then we unlocked our first skill specialization. I think we're going to lean into Warpath, but initially Vengeance is going to be so much better for us, especially for bosses and things like that. And so we're going to take this additional riposte so that we can riposte more often against AoE guys, so that we can move up towards this attack speed node, and hits that you riposte cannot critically strike you is also really nice. So picked up our lunge, great little starting movement ability. Range on it is phenomenal. So as I'm moving around, I'll typically just kind of spam it off screen and see if I can't get a nice big long one to save some time.
Quick, before it reaches town.
Make use of our potions here. This little whirlwind that he does is pretty damaging.
Well done.
Forestry axe, bastard sword. I think the sword is probably a better base. We'll turn in our quests here,
Speaking of,
progress
there
along.
now. Feel free to look around. See you shortly.
Now, you obviously won't have as much gold starting off as what this guy has right now, but you will have a little bit, and so it's always nice to look in here and see if there's anything really good to go ahead and pick up. I don't see anything here that's worth being concerned with, so we'll just move on.
Grail was just one. Yes, both, not you. Even could you? They should do this, and our alliance is secure. We'll lend our aid to heal Borea's army.
The loading boss is the most challenging boss in this game.
Stand down or die.
Two-handed spear with 21% attack speed is definitely something that's going to help us out here. You can see that riposte off of Vengeance doing a ton of damage. I really don't think the crit is worth it right now. I think I'll stick with the attack speed on the spear. There's a life ring with some strength on it. That's really good. Fire damage, melee, and ignite hit. That could be good for a fire warpath. Since we've been playing, we got a point to spend on our Vengeance here, and I think we're going to just go with the attack speed. Really like getting a lot of attack speed early on. It makes the classes feel very good. Warpath in particular also likes attack speed. It benefits double from your attack speed bonuses. Ooh, you're getting beat up here. No potions anywhere back here. Oh, and we died. Good thing this is not hardcore. While we are dead, let's go ahead and pick up some melee fizz damage and some increased stun chance. These bird guys are going to give you challenges the entire game. They are surprisingly high damage. This might be better. 18 flat melee, 24. I think we'll keep using our spear for now. Oh, a scepter, that could be good. Oof. Come on out of the fire, there, guy. 37% chance to ignite. Really wants us to do the fire, doesn't it?
It ends here.
That's nice. Health, attack speed, crit strike chance. Very, very solid item. We're probably not going to use that wand, but it is available. And we're going to go to the storerooms and do the little side quest on our way in. Keep one of those just for crafting. And we got our first glyph. Crafting is going to be very important while you're leveling. Obviously, we haven't gotten very many materials yet, but it's going to become critical for kind of squaring away our gear. Oh, I hate these little guys that run away. Before we go in there, we're going to go ahead and spend our skill points here. Another sunrise emblem. Someone in chat got a really nice little double T6 there. So right now we're just kind of progressing through the campaign, getting what gear we can. Sometimes these shrines give you buffs. This one gives us an increased chance to stun. Sometimes the shrines give you items, so make sure you keep an eye out for those. not staying in that. There we got an opportunity to take advantage of our stuns. Thorn Shard, an axe, and a Bleed Spear. I think the attack speed on our current one is better, but we're going to try out the Bleed Spear. It's a high roll for the bleed. Bleed does 53 damage a second. Stacks up. It's a very good low level. Go ahead and take Retribution there so we get some extra attacks in when we're getting hit. That bleed stacks up very quickly, especially in these AoE situations. And we're not going to be leaning into this bleed later in the game, but early on it does make for clearing these things very nice. See, we've got 4 stacks of bleed on this guy already.
Note here, it isn't safe.
And we got a relic. And we got a bleed with attack speed spear. Alright, so this relic, Grimoire of Necrotic Elixirs, it gives you health, which is really nice. Vitality, which is really nice. You drain some of your health when you drink a potion, but the potion is going to heal us for more than that drain is anyway, but it's going to give us 34 necrotic melee damage to attacks. It's a really, really good item to have. A lot of builds, especially Harvest Lich, will build around this item. We're going to go ahead and swap out for our melee attack speed and Bleed Spear. It's going to be really nice. These boots are really nothing special. They have a little bit more move speed, some health regen. Better than what we have. I guess we should look at this axe here. No, we don't care anything about blind or hit, health on kill. There goes that shrine that gives you items. Those are always nice to get. We unlock Shield Bash, which is a really cool ability, but we're not going to be using a shield, so we're not concerned about that. quick change and move my ability over because I keep throwing hammers when I'm intending to charge. $16 melee void damage. We'll pick that one up. Vitality shard. Picked up a strength shard earlier. Now, we're going to try to just craft with what we're picking up, so we can kind of simulate what it would be like just starting off. We got a strength shard and a vitality shard. Both of those are really good. So while we're walking with this guy over here, let's go ahead and open up our crafting window. And let's go ahead and work on our helm. So we know strength is good for us. It increases our base damage. So we're going to use our one strength shard there. Vitality gives us health. So we're going to use our vitality shard there. This gives us a helm that we crit on the vitality. And we got one strength. So that's going to give us 6 additional health, some poison, and necrotic resistance for the vitality, and 4% armor and melee skills. Or any skills that are improved with strength, which of course is all of ours. All of ours scale off of strength right now. Oh no, come back. No. Turn in our quest and go to town. You can take the portal there, the little waypoint to town. This town portal's faster.
Terra's blessing. Prayers be with you.
Go ahead and progress our quests. Talk to our little shopkeep here. Doesn't have anything particular. Now, I know a lot of people playing other RPGs are being tempted to sell stuff and like, oh, I don't need this sword anymore. I'm going to sell the sword. Oh, I don't need this axe. I don't need this sword. Maybe I should sell the stuff that don't. It's unnecessary. The gold you get from selling this stuff is so minuscule compared to the amount of gold that you're going to get. The only reason I would say sell stuff is just to get it out of your inventory. This other stuff you can break down, but realistically we're also not going to be breaking that down. We don't have these runes of shattering, and I don't know how much gold we started off with, but these are expensive relative when you're early on, so later on you'll buy these at every opportunity until you get to farming monoliths, and then you'll have more than you need anyway. And so these are kind of like mid-game items. All this other stuff, we can just sell this for now because we're not going to be using any of it. But generally speaking, don't pick up stuff just to sell. You're going to spend a whole lot of time on nothing. I'm going to keep this scepter. I'm going to keep this sword. I'm going to keep that club. Don't care about that wand. This 37% chance to ignite. 24 melee damage, but it's so slow. Stun chance. I don't know. We'll give it a shot. Play around with it. Obviously, this spear we don't need. You know, I take that back. If I were playing this game, no, I'd still sell it. Never mind. I was thinking about maybe, possibly breaking that one down for the bleed shards, but I don't think that those are terribly important to us.
Right.
Let's just assume we started off with 200,000 gold and we got lucky and we've got 4,000
Everything
gold
okay?
now
Gosh,
so
that
that we
what
have
Are you stay safe.
some money to work
Stay
with.
alive. And bring Balthus back.
Now, we're not going to be blocking. Probably shouldn't have taken counterattack. I don't really think that's as good as it reads it is. So we'll just move into relentless. And next time we go back in town, we'll respec that 1 point out of counterattack. Ace is not doing too shabby. Vengeance is actually really nice on slower weapons because the riposte is not affected by your attack speed. So slower weapons just hit harder. Armor, we're gonna grab that scepter. I think this fire warpath is gonna be where we're gonna go. Go down here to our side quest objective before moving on. So we used our potion and we get big necrotic damage bonus, so we're hitting really hard during that potion cooldown. Very nice. What do we get there? We got chance to slow, throwing damage reduced, block chance shards. $19 armor, 6 fizz resistance. Definitely better than the little home we crafted there. 9% damage over time. Neither of those are any good. Get our quest completion. And then move on. Broken sword, we don't care about. Sleep, we really don't care about. Added health shard, that's nice. I think we have health on our ring here. So we'll go ahead and take advantage of that shard. Oop, requires level 9 to forge. I wonder if we can upgrade this one. We can. Always, as you're going, just upgrade items while you're running around. You're going to be way better off leveling a little bit quicker and having your items carrying you until you get to the end game than trying to hoard them all so that sometime later on in the future you have enough stuff to craft the perfect stuff. You'll get all that later on in the game. Just use it now as you get it. Make your life easier. Now, this axe we picked up looked pretty solid. The damage over time, Damage over time on hit. We'll probably replace our mace with that. Chance to bleed. Melee fire damage. Increased damage over time. Solid. As you can see, we are not picking up all of the gear. No wands for us. I mean, this belt just has increased attack speed, but at least it's better than what we currently have. A new axe is carrying us very nicely. If you're a completionist and you like to kill everything and loot everything and pick up everything and all the things to everything, you're absolutely welcome to do that. But it is absolutely not necessary. I think getting through the content in an expedient manner is going to make you much more satisfied in the long term.
You're here for the epoch. Reaching me was impressive, but it's mine. Come, Memberwing. Burn! Go! Go! The epoch is ours! Raya, aid me! Burn!
Keeping our potion buff up does a lot of extra damage. Fire damage ring, that could be good. Int shard, Fizz resist shard. So physical resistance is actually very good to keep up while you're leveling. And so those two shards we want to use. We've got this armor we could upgrade. That's good. The dex doesn't do anything for us in particular, but that fizz resistance is nice, and same thing with this helm. We could upgrade that fizz resistance. We have a couple more added health shards that we have looted, vitality shards. I mean, we could upgrade health on our ring here, upgrade health on our neck here. I think the rest of the stuff we picked up is not that important. We'll go ahead and just make some room, and we'll remember that we have a couple of vitality shards that we could spend. In fact, we can spend those right now. A little bit more health. Always good to have. Again, there's a waypoint over here, but you can also just portal back to town. You're never going to come back here. Yay, we saved him.
A terror's blessing. Prayers be with you.
Always check your vendor here. I like that increased attack speed more than I like that crit chance. So that's a good little snag to help speed us along.
He's back. He's been quiet since he...
You're back. No, not do you going through the motions.
Before we complete that, let's go down to this guy and move some stuff around.
Hello, traveler.
We don't want that. I think we're going to be going the fire warpath build. But I don't know if we want to use a shield. I think we'll stick down this path that we're currently going. And we'll go into armor clad next. 15 armor per point and minus damage taken from nearby is very strong.
You're back. No, not do you going Lena.
And as we're leveling, we're just going to pick skills based on what we need currently, rather than build out a tree that is preset for us. If we are dying a lot, we take more defensive skills. If we're not dying a lot, we take more offensive skills, because the faster we can kill things, faster we can get through content. And for new players, most of these passives are very simple to understand. Not a lot of complexity in how they have built out the passive trees. So while we're in here, let's go ahead and start going down our warpath road. First thing we're going to need is warpath costs less mana. We'll take 2 points here and 1 point here to hit to our elemental resistance. Early on, that's not terribly important, but it gives us the most mana reduction with the least amount of skill points. And since we have very few skill points, that's going to be very helpful. I'm going to continue picking up these scepters just so that when we get to the point where we're going to be doing our warpath, our fiery warpath with our smite, we have good options. That's a tough one here. We gain melee damage. We lose some chance to bleed. We lose damage over time. We lose fire damage. The blind isn't really that helpful to us.
Stand down or die.
There we go. Movement speed and health regen. Very nice. This dexterity shot really isn't going to do anything for us in particular. We haven't touched on Rive. Rive is another really good skill to build around. It's got a nice AoE to it. Three melee attacks. So two regular ones, then one really big slash.
Watch over you.
And I really recommend you just play with all the skills and see which one feels the best, especially while you're leveling. Maybe one is more useful than the other one is with your current gear and your current setup and what's available to you.
Be with you.
You can see our Warpath does not hit as hard as Rive or Vengeance does. That's because Warpath gets increased attack speed scale. And so it hits twice your attack rate, but added damage applies at 60% effectiveness. So that is a 1.2 modifier to your damage. And we can look at Rive too. And Rive is a added melee damage applies to your first two hits at 100% effectiveness and your third hit at 200% effectiveness. So that becomes a 1.33 modifier. So a little bit better overall damage output from Rive, assuming that all of your hits are landing on your targets. You can see the first two attacks for Rive are a frontal cone, and the last one is a circular one. So if everything isn't in your cleave, then it's also not going to be taking the damage. But it does pretty good overall. Rive is also a 0 mana cost ability, and so that's always nice to have, something you can spam. So, Vengeance is 100% damage effectiveness to the initial hit and 150% to the riposte. So if your target is hitting you, then Vengeance ends up doing a lot of damage because the Riposte is going to be a 1.5 back. But then against a bunch of small targets like this, they may not be hitting you because you're stunning them or you're killing them too fast, and then Rive starts to do a little bit better. Didn't need another ring. Nothing special. We'll take it. The added attack speed from Vengeance is nice though, isn't it?
What brings you here? Terra's grace.
Progress our quest and then move on. So while we're doing that, so we just got a warning pop up and I clicked it away. That is letting us know that our minimum skill level has increased. So if we respec a skill, that is going to allow us to spend more points initially. So like Warpath, for example. We're playing Warpath right now. If we were like, you know, I've got 3 points on Warpath, but I'm not really feeling Warpath, so I want to choose a different skill. So Rive feels good, so we're going to pick Rive. Now we have 2 points to spend in Rive right off the bat. And we got Rive's first strike has a chance to ignite enemies. Third strike has increased area, damage and stun, or the first and second strike have increased attack speed. We are kind of liking the fire, so we'll go ahead and specialize in Rive, and we'll get some points, and the first strike has a chance to ignite. Ignite again is a great starting dot. You can see that Ignite is really helping increase the clear speed with Rive on these guys here. And we can always go and look up different things if you don't understand them. So as you're playing, if you see Ignite and you're like, oh, what does Ignite do? It's a damage over time. You hit G, open up our game guide, and just type in Ignite. You can see right here, Ignite deals fire damage over time. It can stack an unlimited number of times, and it does 40 damage over 2.5 seconds. And so that means every time we hit, that first hit is going to do a 40 damage dot on the target. And that's multiplied by any modifiers that we have that could affect it. And right now, we probably don't have anything. Oh, we have 25% spell damage. That wouldn't affect it, but this 25% fire damage, what? And so that means our dot is not doing 40, it's doing 50 instead. We have increased damage over time on our axe. And so that's an additional 30%. That's 55%. So the dot's not doing 40, it's doing 60 over that 2.5 seconds. So all that stuff begins to stack up really quickly. Now we're going to come down here and do this little side quest before we move on to the main area. Although we can't get to the side quest from here. We'll have to go back. Hate backtracking. Need to pay better attention.
Gods be with you. Stay safe.
Captain's Ring is a unique item. It's a stun avoidance. I think that's the only place that a Captain's Ring drops. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Got Rune of Refinement. That rerolls the values of all the fixes on an item. And so, for example, this axe has 15 melee fire damage on a range of 13 to 18, 30% increased damage over time on a range of 19 to 38, 34% chance to bleed on hit on a range of 32 to 38. Now, if we didn't like that, we could take our Rune of Refinement here and just re-roll it. And so, right now we're at 15, 30, and 34. Now we're at 18, 26, and 38. And so sometimes it'll go up, sometimes it'll go down, but if you've got an item that's like low rolls and everything, but the actual stats are the right stats, you can always use Runes of Refinement to correct that. Now it does cost forging potential, and so this axe has 20 forging potential right now. If we use a Rune of Refinement, it's going to use 1 to 15. We hit it, and it cost us 1. And we got 14, 32, 33 on that roll. While we're running around, we'll go ahead and start increasing our armor here. Armor and damage reduction is always nice to have. So go ahead and hit our Arrive, get us some more Ignite chance. Now this is something that is to note. So we now have 150% first strike Ignite chance. So the first hit on Rive is 150% chance to Ignite. That means that it guarantees 1 stack, and there's a 50% chance that there's going to be 2 stacks. Since those are fun. Since Rive itself is doing the Ignite, we want to get as much as possible. It stacks an unlimited amount, so higher chances of Ignite mean more stacks per hit. We just got a unique item, Keeper's Gloves. These gloves are interesting, fun for minion builds. They have a 10% chance when you hit a target to summon bees. And bees are just minions that go around and attack stuff. Now for us, this is not going to do a tremendous amount of damage, so we aren't going to use these. But they're really good if you're a minion build, because they're going to scale off of all of your minion abilities. For now, it's just fun to have bees running around. They hit for 10 damage. And remember, we're going to use our potions for damage, and so we're going to monitor our potion cooldown down in the bottom left by our health. Make sure we keep our damage up for as long as possible against this boss.
Impressive. Go on. I'll be right behind you.
Now this is a much better sash for us than our cooldown recovery sash. We aren't actually using any cooldowns here on this character right now, other than our dash. Go ahead and progress our quests. Now this quest completion is going to give us our first idol slots. Idols are just another equipment that you can get, and you end up playing like a little Tetris game with it. And so, like, I've got this idol and this idol that dropped, and these are the idol slots that were unlocked. And this idol is physical resistance, which is nice, and chance to poison on hit. This one is increased critical strike chance and 27 health. Now, even though damage over time is good for us and phys resistance is good, 27 health is phenomenal. And 60% crit chance is nice to have. So we're going to go ahead and equip that idol. Now we can't equip this idol because it doesn't fit. So we can only have one of these at a time. But you could get 1x1 idols, 1x2 idols, 2x1 idols, 1x4 idols, 4x1 idols, 2x2 idols, 1x5, and 5x1. So all kinds of shapes and sizes that you can fill, and we'll unlock these other idol slots as we progress through the game.
Go on then.
You feeling lucky? They don't
We're
give
just going to
themselves
pick up and progress all our quests. We're going to come over to the armor vendor guy and see if she's got anything useful here. Go ahead and absorb all of our crafting materials and enter the last archive. This is a couple of little side quests that we can do, and one of them gives us a choice between two unique items. Oh, we're going to take off our bee gloves. I think we'd still rather have the increased attack speed. Although bees are fun, don't get me wrong. You can even get items that give you bees per second.
Stand down. Stand down or die.
Melee fire damage, ignite. got potential. Take that ledger, it's part of our quest turn in. We'll fight off our little ambush here. And move on. Now we're going back through the door rather than teleporting back to town because there's another quest in the first area that we came through there. Loading time. There we go. We did just get a Glyph of Hope, so we're going to go over Glyphs of Hope here and explain how those work. Glyphs of Hope are a crafting material that when you use them, gives you a chance to not use the crafting materials or to not use the forging chance that you would have otherwise used to craft the item.
It turns out I am not entirely alone. There are people who seek refuge, a means for survival.
Now we also found another small idol here. Now this is a 1x1, so we can stick this in our little 1x1 slot here. This gives us increased stun chance, increased void damage, minion void damage. Not very useful to us, but anything is better than nothing. But let's look at crafting it. So we've got our axe here, and our axe is doing pretty good for us. And let's say we wanted to do some more damage over time. Now we've only got 19 forging potential on this axe because we've done a few things to it. So we want to use a Glyph of Hope to protect that forging potential. Now I want to say it's 25% chance. So 25% chance to have no forging potential cost. So we upgrade it and it didn't roll. It still cost us some forging potential. But let's say we want to upgrade our bleed chance too, and so we upgrade our bleed chance, and that costs us forging potential as well. So we'll go back, and now we're kind of capped out. It requires higher level to do. But that Glyph of Hope gives you a chance. For example, over here, we use a Glyph of Hope, upgrade it, and Glyph of Hope preserve forging potential. So that means on this spear, that last forge cost us nothing to get this up to a T3 bleed chance. So we do the same thing over here. Glyph of Hope uses forging potential. So like I said, it's got about a 25% chance to help reduce the amount of forging potential that you use. Now, forging potential is the limit of crafting an item. Once it's out of forging potential, it can no longer be crafted on. It is what it is. And this is to prevent people from crafting insanely good items with all of the materials that they have available to them. It is the limit on the game itself. Now, I think our current axe is still best for us, so we're going to keep using it. Now, if you had Glyphs of Shattering, this is where they'll come in use. So we've got that spear. It's not better than our current weapon, so we're not going to use that spear. But the spear has chance to bleed on it and melee attack speed. Both are really good stats. So if we had a Rune of Shattering, we would go ahead and shatter this. And it absorbs 2 melee attack speed and 3 bleed on hit. Now, that's really good. That's all of the affixes that the item had. It won't always summon, it won't always absorb all of the stats on the item. And so we'll take, I'll take this mace for example. We're not going to use this mace. If we shatter it, it's got 1 damage over time, 1 increased stun chance, and 1 chance on ignite. Alright, we got all those that time. This one has 2, 1, and 2. Only got 2 shards out of that, even though it had 5 shards. So, no guarantees on any of that. That ring is not better than either of my rings. And we got a belt. Minion damage, intelligence, fire resistance. Now this is a green item. Green items are set items. Set items roll with a range of stats on them, but can never be modified in any way. And so the set item is what it is as soon as you get it. And this one is part of the Pebbles set, which is a belt, a relic, I think, and a wand. And that set gives you some bonuses here as you get the items collected. And so the first two items give you a chance to replenish a potion when a bone golem hits an enemy. And if you have all three of the set, then your summon skeletons, spells and attacks deal 42 fire, cold, or lightning damage based on your lowest elemental resistance. So the set items can come with some pretty solid bonuses as a benefit to you for never being able to modify them in any way. Now obviously for us, we're not going to use that. That is an acolyte set item, so it doesn't do us any good. You can see our increased damage over time is making our ignites do some solid damage. So like this guy right here, we'll throw some ignites on him, and you can see they're ticking down for 30 to 50 damage. It's a very nice damage to have. And this is our first little mini boss encounter. So these are three guys that all have different attacks. They're mostly telegraphed. So you just stand out of the ones that are there. You have that lightning shield, it does a lot of damage. This forward flame attack does a lot of damage. And then this guy's attack over here really doesn't hit too hard. So he's the least important one. And if you can get a couple of them together, we'll go ahead and use our potion for our extra necrotic damage. And then this guy obviously is the weakest of the trio. Use a potion to get that extra necrotic damage in, and watch him die. Now we look at our items here. Nothing really important to us. And for now, we teleport back to town.
Still, please.
Progress our quest here, and here is where we get to make a choice. If you turn in
Gold won't save you.
to the gambler, she gives you a neck. If you turn in to Erza, he gives you some gloves. Now, initially you won't know what these items are, but after your first playthrough, you'll see these are Avarice gloves. They give you elemental resistance and elemental damage leached as health. I'm going to go ahead and prefer our current gloves. I'm not really needing the resistances right now. I'm not dying in anything, and I would prefer to have the attack speed.
Stay safe.
Go ahead and pick up our quest.
Yes.
Always check our armor vendor. Spend our points. Now we're not actually using Vengeance much anymore. So we're going to go ahead and despecialize it. And we do still want to use Warpath on this build. I think that's where we're going to be going. So we're going to pick up the Warpath so it will start leveling with us. Again, we have 2 skill points to spend because we got upgraded. And those are going to go right into the mana cost reduction. Get a little ice beetle. He is good. He does good damage, he distracts targets, and he freezes them so that they can't hit you. Just leveled to 14, so let's spend our passive points here. Again, I think this armor and damage reduction from enemies is absolutely solid. Unlock this multi-strike skill. Pick up 3 new talents to put in. This one right here is you regain health and mana when you directly use Rive, Vengeance, Strike, Smite, or Multi-Strike. This is really solid. We're using Rive right now as we're leveling. 15 health per strike is a lot of healing. You can see that Rive just doing work, keeping us up. Attunement, elmo damage, and blight chance, none of those are good for us. Sword is lightning damage, melee damage, chill and hit. None of that is going to go well with any of the builds we're doing. Now, here's your first big boss. He does a frontal cone and has lots of summons. So pay attention to that frontal cone, dodge out of it, do damage to the summons, kill them so they don't stack up. And in between, do as much damage to the boss as you can. Again, we're stacking up Rive bleeds and ignites on him with our axe and our Rive ability. And just using that AoE from Rive to help us take care of these adds while we're hitting the boss. Lots of loot you can see, and blue items on the ground are really no longer useful for us. And they're not very useful for long. So we want to create a loot filter here. And the first role we want to add is hide, rarity, normal, and magic items. We're not going to pick them up, we're not going to use them, we're not going to break them down, and they're just cluttering the screen. So make them go away. You can hold on X if you really want to see what's on the ground again, but this brings it down to these are the 2 items. Now, damage over time is good for us, Fizz Res is good for us. Both of our rings have health, so I don't think we're going to use this. And then this one over here is lightning damage, fire damage, freeze rate multiplier. Not important for us. Right now we're kind of going fire and bleed. And I am not a story gamer. I am a smash faces and get loot gamer. So I don't pay attention to all of the lore in this game. But the story is supposedly surprisingly good for a time travel action RPG story. Now, I have never actually come this way first. I usually go the top left way. So we're gonna take this way just to say that I did it this way. You can see this guy has a more health affix at the top under his name. Takes longer to kill. Here we have a little mini wave encounter. It's going to be followed by a boss. Just smash these waves until the boss appears. Make sure you have potions ready for the boss. Now when we're fighting the boss in a second, you'll see down here next to our health pool is where we can see our buffs, and we're going to monitor our potion buff because that extra necrotic damage from having used a potion recently is a huge buff to damage. We are going to have to get out of that fire. It does hurt. Keep using our potions to boost our damage. And our Ribe is going to be giving us a lot of healing, so we don't need to worry about using our potions for healing. And boss is dead. And there is that relic that's part of that pebble set. This game apparently wants us to play an acolyte. 6% attack speed, 1 strength, 6 health regen. Definitely better than our gloves. While we're in here, we'll go ahead and say use a glyph of hope, increase the melee attack speed on this, and it will increase the strength as well. Gives us some nice little bonuses there. Void fire, health on kill, not very good for us. A staff is going to be for spells. We're not doing spells. An axe with melee crit strike, damage over time, and a chance to ignite. Also 57% chance to bleed. So this axe, significantly better than our current axe. We've got 31 melee damage versus 25 melee plus 14 melee fire, so we lose a little bit on the direct hit. We do have the 57% chance to bleed versus 45% chance to bleed and 34% chance to ignite. So much more damage over time on this one. Again, we're going to want to upgrade our damage over time, upgrade our chance to ignite. And it's also got flat crit on it. Flat crit is a bonus to your critical strike chance that is different than increased critical strike chance. So on your critical strike chance sheet, you've got 5% base, and so this 18% crit is giving me very little. If I don't have anything equipped for crit, where am I getting more crit from? Oh, here. So if I have nothing equipped with crit on, I have 5% chance to crit. If I equip this item, it goes up to 6. If I equip this item, it goes up to 7, because this is flat. Whereas this is an 18% increase on what is already there. Now when I equip both of those, we get better scaling out of it, and that pushes us up to 7%, 9% melee critical strike chance. So having flat crit and increased crit gives you some multiplicative scaling on how much crit you can do. Flat crit is the best stat on your weapon if you are going to be a crit-based build. Dodge rating void, copper ring, none of the other stuff down there is useful to us, so we'll push on.
Eterra's grace be with you.
Now, this is a crafting forge, which does the same thing as just pressing F. I think initially they wanted us to go back to crafting forges in order to craft, and then the players were like, this is stupid, don't make us do this. And EHG's been pretty good with responding to, this is stupid, don't make us do this, and they don't make the players do it. And you can see we had 8 stacks of ignite, 4 stacks of bleed on that guy when he died. That is because our new axe has increased ignite chance to go arrive, and a higher chance to bleed as an implicit base stat on the axe. This guy's got 4 bleeds and 7 ignites. That's a lot of damage over time. These guys have a ton of health, so it really helps to whittle them down fast. You see, this guy is just going to melt as I walk away from him. We do have some skill points to spend here, and so Rive, we got our 3 on first strike, and let's go ahead and start getting some ignite on the second strike. This may just become a Rive build and not a Warpath build.
Stay back.
Alright, and here is our next boss encounter. This guy has the same abilities as our last 3 guys. They're just much bigger. So here's our flame attack, and again it's a larger flame attack, and it circles around the room, so you have to dodge around it. This is the lightning attack that we saw on the last few guys. Oh no, that's not the lightning attack, that's just a burst attack. There is that cold attack, and here is the lightning attack. Now we're going to start using our potions, get some damage in, because he's not going to use any of his abilities for a few seconds. Just get our bleeds up. We're going to see if we can stand in this lightning. Oh, it's close. We were able to. That Rive healing is very, very strong. We could probably benefit a lot from attack speed on that. Now I'm just going to go ahead and vendor this stuff. It's a nice, quick, easy way to make it go away. And none of this is important.
You seem a little This is he might be stay safe.
Now this is where we get to choose our mastery, which is our subclass. You cannot respec this later. This is your character, and this is what the character will permanently be. And so this is where we make a decision. Do we want to be a Void Knight, a Forge Guard, or a Paladin? Now, Void Knights do increased melee void damage, Forge Guards have increased resistances, Paladins do increased fire, lightning, and physical damage. The Paladin is what we're going to go with, only because we're building this guy as a Paladin. But Forge Guard and Void Knight are both perfectly viable options. They all have their own benefits and their own powers. But we'll go ahead and choose Paladin. Now again, as a Paladin, as long as we have health, then we do increased damage. So our goal is to stay very high on health. Rive will help with that. Holy Aura, which is a self buff that has passive healing, increased damage, elemental resistances. This will help as well. We have 1% increased healing effectiveness per point of attunement, so as we get a little bit of attunement here and there, that'll help as well. But we just want to stay as high health as possible, because that's going to increase our damage. Now that 100% fire damage is also going to increase our ignite damage. So currently, our ignite damage is going to be doing 25% increased fire, plus 100% increased fire, plus 109% damage over time. So about 234% increased damage. That means a 40-point ignite is instead going to burn for 122, something like that. Over here, we'll spend our points. Like that health gain, that's going to become very helpful for us. Dual wielding is really solid for our build as well, because we can take advantage of all the weapon stats that we get from it. But we'll don't need anything for that right now. We do like conviction. This gives us fire penetration, which increases multiplicatively to our damage, as well as increased fire damage per point. Attunement and elemental resistance here is good for defense, and then this is for blocking. We're not going to be blocking, so we'll be going conviction whenever we get those points. Love the loading boss. I gotta wait for a loading screen for my loading screen.
Thank you. There is an old passage to the surface.
Gods be with you.
I will dispel the wounds.
Stay safe.
May a terror smile upon you. Farewell. Greetings. Do not dwell on regrets.
This is where we go and we pick up conviction. Now, like I said, initially we talked about going Warpath. I'm really feeling Rive, so I'm not going to use Warpath. So we're going to unspecialize the skill. And we're going to go and pick up our Holy Aura buffs here. Holy Aura grants you and your allies a chance to ignite enemies. I'm liking the Rive Ignite path. I think we just lean into the Rive Ignite path. We can always change all of this later. Also gives us access to fire penetration. We're going to specialize in it. We now are up to 3 points as a basis because of our level. And so we're going to 1, and then 2, 3, because fire penetration is very strong. We'll get our ignite chance and our increased global fire damage and all of this stuff as we go over here. Now, that being said, if we are going to be igniting things, we're probably going to want to lean into dual wielding and getting high attack speed. But we'll kind of play that by ear as we get gear. If we can just melt things with our bleeds and our ignites. Turn on our Holy Aura.
Stand down or die.
Now, Holy Aura also has an activating it doubles the stat bonuses for 4 seconds. And so whenever we activate it, it's going to increase the bonuses from our Holy Aura. So we'll use our Holy Aura, we'll use our potion buff, and just really cleave through all this very quickly. Use our Holy Aura and our potion buff on this guy, and see, just melts. No problems whatsoever. And we're just flying through these areas to complete these quests and progress as quickly as we can at a reasonable pace. We're not trying to speed run here, but we also don't want to waste a whole lot of time. And we use our Holy Aura and our potion there, and we got a unique belt. Viper Trail. Very good low-level unique belt. Increased melee attack speed, increased dodge rating, and chance to poison and slow on hit. Poison is another damage over time. We've already got good damage over time, so that poison is going to be ticking pretty hard, and it's just going to add more stacks of dots onto our target. The slow proc is also nice, and the attack speed from Viper Trail is also very nice. So that's a solid leveling belt. We'll probably use that all the way up until monoliths. Oh, we got an exiled mage. Now, exiled mages drop experimental affixed items, which are special items that have different abilities than other items, and there's rules for these experimental affixes. But this guy can be a little tough. He's got a ton of health, he hits reasonably hard. We're not going to have any problems with him, but he's also a good measure of how your build is as you're progressing. When you fight these guys, if they take forever to kill, you should really focus on getting your damage up. If they slaughter you and you can't stay alive, then you should really focus on your defenses. So these are good litmus tests on how your build is going as you're leveling. We're going to wait for him to blink because he always blinks, and then we're going to use our potions and our ability. Going to kill off his little minions there as we get close to him. And we're doing reasonably good damage to this guy. So we are very pleased with the damage of our build so far. Again, we're going to wait for him to blink, and then we're going to use our Holy Aura. And this will finish him off right here. By a little exiled mage. Drop some armor that doesn't have any particularly important stats for us. And he dropped Iron Greaves, which give us ward when you use a traversal skill. And 4 ward gained per 10 missing mana when you use a traversal skill. We don't really use traversal skills, so we'll pick it up. Now, or should I say, we don't really care that much about ward, but we'll pick it up because it's got 8% base move speed, 35 armor, 6% increase in move speed, cooldown recovery speed, and armor. And so those are all good stats for us. Cooldown recovery speed is good for us now because now we have a cooldown with Holy Aura, which went from 10 seconds to 9.4. Obviously, increased cooldown recovery on our lunge is nice. We'll move around more quickly. And we can improve that cooldown recovery as we collect shards for it to make it even better. So now our cooldown recovery on our Holy Aura went from 10 to 9 seconds and 4 to 3.6 on our lunge. That is a nice solid recovery cooldown. Now, on these experimental affixes, you notice you cannot upgrade them. Whatever they come at is what they have. But what you can do is you'll find runes of research and you can seal away that affix. So now it's on there permanently, but you have a new affix slot here. And in this slot, you can put a different attribute or a different affix that you would like to have. So it could be Vitality, Attunement, Dex, Int, Minion, Dodge Rating, or Strength on these boots. Now you've only got 4 forging potential left on these boots, so you can't do a whole lot to them. We're going to go ahead and increase our movement speed because movement speed is great when you're leveling. So there we go. You can see with the cooldown recovery, we feel a little bit more mobile with our dash, getting us around the map, which is always nice. And versus big beefy targets, we'll have a little bit more uptime on our Holy Aura, which is doubling the buffs that it provides. Holy Aura and Potion, that guy melted really quickly. Here goes another big guy. We use our holy ore and our potion again, and just watch him melt. Now we're skipping over a lot of items because I recognize from a distance really quickly whether that item is going to be worth looking at or not. But you should pay attention until you get comfortable with the names of the affixes and the implicits on the items. Keep an eye out for yellow items that can be big improvements to your character. Waiting for a loading screen. Then waiting at a loading screen. And then sometimes you have to wait after the loading screen. Working as intended.
Greetings. Farewell. Who are you?
Now I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break right here. But thanks to the miracle of time travel and videos, you won't see me gone for long. All right, we are ready to rock and roll. Got some coffee? And we need to progress our quests. Now, you can see we have 7 active quests in the top left here. These are the quests we need to complete. Not necessarily all of them. Our goal is to maximum number of passive points and the maximum number of idle slots. Once we have 15 passive points and 8 idle slots, we don't have to continue doing any of the quests. We absolutely don't have to do any of the side quests. I believe the campaign awards you 1 point to every stat if you complete the campaign. So we'll probably go ahead and do that. But to get to the monoliths, you just want those 15 passes and the 8 idle slots. We'll head out north from the camp now. All right, it's really doing some work. Making these clears really nice and smooth. I mean, regardless of what you're going to play in the end term, picking a skill that makes your leveling process smooth, efficient, easy is a good choice. You can always change this later. Now we do need to keep an eye out for weapons with attack speed. I really think that we're going to benefit a lot from getting more rides in a shorter period of time, which means more ignites, which means more ignite DPS. That shrine is a damage reflection, so when stuff hits me, it takes damage back. I think that's absolutely the worst shrine out there. This is the first ARPG in a long time where I have wanted to open chests. They have, in the monoliths primarily, really solid chests. Drop a lot of good loot, get good stuff from them. I don't know why so many action RPGs just don't believe that chests should have stuff in them. But I am glad to see that Last Epoch has decided that people like to store good stuff in their chests. Now this zone has this guy who gives you a quest to run around and kill 3 soul repositories. And they're kind of spread out north, east, and south. And so I typically go just like in a clockwise fashion. Our potion and our holy aura just doing a whole lot of work there. Making things smooth and easy. That would have been a good helm if we were using shield throw. And again, we're going to dash in. Potion and holy aura. Anything here, pulling in Hoshinara. And again, we're using that potion because this gives us 34 necrotic damage to melee attacks on potion use. So our potion is currently an offensive cooldown, not a defensive one.
Who are you? Go on!
We still have to complete the other part of the quest before he'll actually talk to us, regardless of the color of the question mark. So while we're moving along, let's see here. Rive's third strike consumes all stacks of Ignite, granting you a buff that grants physical penetration per stack consumed. It's interesting. When you trigger Flame Beam Crusade, you gain an additional buff that causes you to leech a percentage of damage you deal as health. Unlike the buff, this buff cannot stack. So this one turns all of your ignites into physical penetration. This one is more hit damage against ignited targets and more critical strike chance versus ignited targets. Now I like that we're igniting, so I'm going to go with the ignite route rather than the consumed route, but this is a solid way that you could go too. We're going to go ahead and take more ignite on our second strike, more hit damage. And over here, we're going to go with increased global fire damage. And your melee attacks apply 10 stacks. Fiery Inquisition on the melee hits and the melee hits of other allies effectively are applied one stack. If an enemy reaches 60 stacks, stacks are consumed to release a flame burst, dealing fire damage to surrounding enemies. Flame burst scales with the stats of player minutes triggered it. That's fun. If you were the one to get the final hit to unleash flame burst on an enemy, it deals significantly more damage, 50% per point. Your melee hits apply an additional stack of fire. If you were the one to get the final hit, it deals an increased damage in an area. I like this road. This is looking really nice. And let's go spend our passives. Obviously we want this juicy fire pen. melee attacks have a chance to ignite. We're definitely going to be taking that one. Increase fire damage on a recent melee hit. This like Rive Ignite looks like it's going to be solid leveling. This is my first time playing a paladin, by the way. I've been in the game about a week now, and so just learning, playing, enjoying it, and getting ready for the first launch in 12 days my time. Just dive right into a pack and kill everything. Always the way melee should be played. If you gotta pussyfoot around or dance or dodge as a melee character in an action RPG, it's not fun. This lunge has great mobility. It's certainly a fun travel skill to play with, even if it does require an enemy to move. Ooh, when we proc that Holy Aura, stuff just melts. I got our first little mini boss encounter here. Holy Aura and Potion. See, our Ignite gets up to like 10 stacks there, and he just falls. Now we get a new skill. We have really enjoyed Lunge. Now, Rebuke does give you a defensive ability. And so eventually we will need that, but it doesn't feel like we need any defenses right now. So let's look at Lunge. Now, cooldown reduction per attacks. This is going to let us like dive in, kill, and dive out. A lot of mobility in the mix whenever we're fighting stuff, and quick resets are a positive thing. Over here, health gain on missing health. It's not a bad one to have. Translates into melee damage along a path, so that's a good little trek to go down. Frailty is a debuff you can apply that reduces the damage of the enemy by 6%. Stacks up to 3 times for 18% total. And so getting Frailty from your Lunge long term is probably good. And then immobilizing them, not a bad plan either. Over here we got Lunge's final hit deals more damage in a larger area based on the distance traveled. Now, we are not relying on Lunge as a damage ability, but this track gives you extended area with a spear, base critical chance with a spear, javelin after lunging with a spear. So this looks like it could be a fun path to go down if you were going to be using a spear and a javelin build and you wanted mobility and damage like that. Not what we're looking for though here. First we're going to check, is there any Ignite anything in here? There is fire up here. And so health gain on missing, melee damage across path, damage per point, bleed chance along the path, and Lunge heads have a chance to cause enemies to bleed. And then Lunge's physical damage is converted to fire, and then bleed is converted to Ignite. This is solid for us. We can definitely lean into this. We're going to go ahead and take our health gain on missing health, melee damage across the path, damage per point, and we'll go down this path to get to turning Lunge into this fiery warpath of destruction. Over in our holy oil, we're going to take our next point in burning blows, and we'll go back to town.
Farewell.
Now, all of the quests in here, there's a few side quests, there's a few main quests, but everything is really linear. And so if you just follow the quests along the path, you'll get everything done that you need to get done. You don't really have to think much about it. It's nice and straightforward. Like I said before, I'm not a story guy, but I've been told the story on this is fairly well written for what it is. And so if you're a story person, read it, listen to it. I'm sure they'll include more lore as the game progresses. But from a gameplay standpoint, they did a really good job with these quests. And we got another little mini boss guy here. And so, you know the routine, Holy Aura Potion, dodge out of 2, get our bleeds and our ignites up. And again, we can stand in a lot of stuff here because of our Rive healing us. So we're just going to keep pumping. Definitely dodge out of that lightning thing. Keep our potion active. Pick up that potion and get another one active. Kill this guy. Really nice and straightforward. You also, if you paid attention, there's some degree that you can push bosses and mobs around in this game by moving into them. That can allow you to reposition them if you need to get them out of a degen and get them out of something. Now, there is a little side quest up here going into the abandoned tunnel. And I don't usually do this one. It's not part of my normal routine, but we'll go ahead and do this one now. And so this one pushes up to a lesser refugee, or lesser refuge, which is 2 passive points. Now you can get passive points from a lot of different quests in here. And so there's probably 30 passive points worth of quests to do, but you can only receive 15. And so that gives you the freedom to kind of do the quests that you want to do and ignore the quests that you don't want to do without any penalty. So normally this is on my skip, but I figure we'll do things a little bit different on this playthrough just to say that I've seen it and done it. And then if it sucks or it's annoying to do, I'll give you my opinion on it. Guys like to throw poison on the ground. But that's okay. Poisonous things burn too. Yara potion just really does a good job at melting those big targets. Oh look, more bees. If we had our bee gloves, we would have a bee army right now. Now you notice I'm really only using my Holy Aura and my potion whenever there's a big target to kill. You can use it all the time if you want to. Like there's nothing wrong with just spamming your Holy Aura out to help clear things faster. Most of this stuff just melts though. As you get higher level and Holy Aura gets better, you can invest in cooldown reduction. The skill itself has a 10-second cooldown, and so If you wanted to make that a 5-second cooldown, you would need 100% cooldown reduction, because the equation operates off of a 1 divided by 1 plus the percentage. Like 1 divided by 100 plus the percentage. So 100% cooldown reduction is 1/2 the cooldown duration on it. 200% cooldown reduction is 1/3 the duration on it. And so you hit some diminishing returns pretty quickly. And there's also not a tremendous amount of CDR in the game. But you could hit 100% fairly easily, getting that down to 5 seconds. And then we'll look in the tree and see if there's a duration increase on it, which would allow you to have 100% uptime of it, which could be very good. Moving our way along that path. Gotta get that fire lunge. Actually looking forward to like blasting through a pack of enemies, setting everything on fire, and then walking off and watching it melt. Sounds like exciting gameplay. Alright, so we got 5 points in our conviction, so we can start speccing into the next row here. Now, cast Divine Bolt on melee attack. It's a blast of energy that deals fire damage to a random nearby enemy. Now, realistically, we are not going to spec into spell damage with this build. Not right now, at least. But 20% chance to cast a hit attack. Is it? It deals fire damage to an enemy. So, Divine Bolt is damage per second hit attack versus a damage over time attack. So since it's a hit attack, it can proc ignite. Anything we can do to get more hits out means more ignites. And so we're going to want that, because this doesn't just, like, the Divine Bolt hit itself is irrelevant to us. But the fact that it is a 20% chance to get our ignites out is going to be a significant bonus to our damage once we have ignite from all sources. Now right now, our total ignite chance with all sources, I don't know if it says it down here, other chance to ignite, chance to chill, chance to slow, chance to shock, ignite chance. So 67% with all sources. So I think that's definitely worth it to pick that up, because that is going to be a quick math, 33% more ignites. That's a lot more ignites. We want that. That's very good. Additional Divine Bolts. That is also good. More hits, more ignites. Don't really care about healing allies. This depends on whether they're shotgun. Shotgunning is the effect of one skill with multiple projectiles all being able to hit the same target. So some skills with multiple projectiles say that target can only be hit one time. So the skill can't shotgun. So even if you've got 20 projectiles flying out in all directions, it can only hit the target one time. If it can shotgun, then 20% chance to cast Divine Bolt on melee with 5 extra projectiles is 120%. So 6 times more ignites than just the regular Divine Bolt would do if those bolts can shotgun. And so we'll have to look at that and play around with it a little bit. Obviously, we've also got this melee ignite chance, which is really good. Now, melee ignite would not affect Divine Bolt because Divine Bolt has scaling tags, fire, spell, and attunement, but this would affect our Rive because our Rive is a melee ability. Okay, Divine Bolt, procced already. Now this quest here feels a little bit long, but it is 2 passive points. Might be worth the time. Ooh, big tough guy. Lunge did some good work there. See, we get some ignites because we have a base ignite chance, so Lunge is going to hit that ignite anyway. Oh, that's tricky. See, they get those spiders to come and attack you while you're flipping through this tome and try to kill you. Alright, now we need to go back here. We'll continue along with the main quest. I think we have a time rifty thing here too. Yeah, we're gonna go do this time rifty thing because those are quests as well. Get our points in melee ignite. Is lunge? I assume lunge is a melee skill. Yeah, lunge is a melee skill. That's good. So we're gonna get 40%, so 200% chance with lunge to pump ignites out. So that means when we lunge through things, we're gonna drop 3 ignites as a minimum on the target. So that's like a total of like 600-ish damage after all of our multipliers. Once we get to that point, that's good. That's a good mobility skill. Let's see, as it sits right now, it's still doing work. I imagine CDR would feel really good on this class, so we'll keep an eye out for CDR on our boots and CDR rings. Those are your sources of cooldown reduction. Our boots, rings, and belt. It's an implicit on the rings though, not an affix. I don't think you can put CDR as an affix on the rings. You can always come in here and check. Yeah, boots and belt are the only places you can apply cooldown reduction, but you can get it as an implicit on a ring type. The ring type gives you cooldown reduction and plus 1 to 2 to all stats. It's a really good ring base if you're not a crit character. That lunge stealing damage on the line, just killing all the guys. Feels very good. Got another little mini boss here. This guy is pretty straightforward, but he's got a ton of health. Just get started on him, get our ignites up. Use our lunge there. Extra ignite hits. Holy Aura potion. I think we're fine standing in this. Yeah, we were good. Rive healing is really strong. More potion, holy aura. Get our ignites up. You can see whenever we proc our holy aura, we get up to like 14, 15 ignites pretty quickly. And he always drops this. Oh, no, I lied. Usually drops a different relic. 12% increased chill, shock, and ignite duration. 44% chance to chill, shock, and ignite on hit with elemental skills. Rive is not an elemental skill yet. Can we make it one? It does not look like anything changes the tag on Rive to make it an elemental skill. See, with Lunge, this swaps the physical tag. You can see right there, swaps Lunge's physical tag for a fire tag. So that turns it into an elemental skill. But Rive, on the other hand, does not have the same kind of skill affix passive that you can choose in here. And so there is no way to make it a fire skill, which would cause it to benefit from the bonus on this unique, which says that elemental skills have 44% chance to chill, shock, and ignite on hit. Now, we may use that anyway, because 12% increased duration is just a flat 12% increased ignite. Our potion cooldown benefit is decaying as we do more ignite damage, and we rely less on direct physical damage. And this will affect our lunge later. So we'll go ahead and play around with it, see what it feels like. These skill tags, scaling tags, play a huge role in how the ability works. And so getting comfortable understanding how these skill tags interact with your items and your gear is very important. All right, now we need to go back to the Ruined era. We were in the Divine era and the Shattered Valley, because that's where we were before we took our time rift, and that'll allow us to progress to the next place down our quest. A little idle, ward and elemental resistance, not a big benefit to us. Our lunge is not too bad. Here goes our skill check on this guy again. Again, we don't have potion anymore. So we just have our Holy Aura cooldown. Damage is not bad. We definitely need some more attack speed. I think we start keeping our eye out for a weapon that is going to increase our attack speed and possibly give us ignite or fire damage. Might also benefit again from going to dual wielding a two-hander. Or, sorry, dual wielding one-handers, because that'll give us access to faster weapons. Two-handed weapons are typically not as fast as a base speed as one-hand weapons are. But we're still doing good. I mean, Exiled Mage killed in like 10-15 seconds is solid. Oh, thank you very much, my streamer. How are you doing today? Appreciate the follow. We're just making a little video here for a playthrough level 1 to monolith on a Sentinel Paladin. Originally we were going to warpath with this guy, but Rive is such a good feeling skill, and we got a couple of items that really helped us, and so we are currently just kind of building towards Rive with Ignite. And it's been fun. Feels really solid. Well, that Divine Bolt wasn't too bad either. I mean, at low level right now, the scaling is flat. So in-game it's probably not going to do that much damage, but not too shabby. Anything to get more Ignites out. Now we can keep an eye out for Scepters. They're caster weapons primarily, but they're not terrible. They have both melee and spell damage on them. And can have a mix of affixes. We're really looking for a fast Ignite one-hander. This guy hits hard. Level 23. Use our Holy Aura, take down big guy, and move on. We got another little mini, no, not here. Maybe not here, mini boss. Maybe next area. More chests. Oh, we got nothing good out of either of those chests. Now remember, since we're kind of going this Ignite Rive, crit is not going to benefit us that much. So we're definitely not really looking for crit. Ignite cannot crit. We want damage over time, fire damage, and chance to ignite. Those are the three affixes that we're primarily going to be looking for. And then attack speed, because the faster we attack, the more ignites we're going to put out. Like a hammer is never going to be good because its base attack speed is average at 0.98. What I'd really like to find is a dagger with a really high attack speed on it. That'll also benefit us from Rive's health on hit. Because the faster we hit, the more health we get. Some spears have decent attack speed, even though they're two-handers, but that is not one of them. And here is our little mini-boss. Again, Holy Aura, get in there and just smash. Get our bleed stacks up. And we're going to kind of dodge around behind her so that we can take advantage of Rive's AoE to kill adds as they come in while still keeping stacks up on her. And again, Rive just gives us so much healing that we can stand in here and pump up to almost 20 stacks of Ignite. And just melt her. Now there are some other things we need to keep an eye out for. Someone just linked one in trade chat, for example. It's a singularity. Normally, absolutely garbage idol. But for us, not bad. Because this is more hit damage if you only have one singularity equipped and you cannot deal critical strikes. And we don't crit. We don't care about crits. All we care about is flat. And all the ignite and ignite chance. And so something like that would be a small boost to our damage as well. Oh, we got more lunges. On our way to fiery lunges. I mean, it's not bad right now. With high CDR, that could be really good.
Stand down or die.
Arrive does not appear to have a very large area of effect, but I'm sure that there are passive skill points that we can find to improve that, and we can also get increased area of effect to our skills on our items that can help with that. Because it needs to be a little bit bigger so that it feels better for clear. Another little mini boss here. Again, we're going to position ourselves so that our Rive AoE kills the adds as they come in and lets us keep stacking on the boss. Getting our ignites up into the teens, almost 20. And he did. Now, alternatively, you could kill those eggs so that then the adds would stop spawning. But we didn't need to do that. And the additional adds on bosses are not always a bad thing. We have a health on hit. When we hit 5 adds, we heal 5 times. So the adds help keep our life up by providing us with sources to hit. Now this place is an obnoxiously long map, but it is what it is. You have to do it to progress. First you come down here, and you see that the bridge is broken, and you gotta go find the stuff to activate it. And you gotta run all the way around this place. It's so big. So we're probably gonna skip a lot of stuff here. I know mentally I have a problem with that. But we're going to try to get through this quickly because it's such a large zone. Most of the zones in this game are relatively small or relatively medium-sized. This one is just very big. And I always go around this kind of counterclockwise, but it's a big circle, so you can go either way. Want to clear all that out so we can spend some skill points. Now, spell damage with shields we don't care about, and blind chance we don't care about. Endurance is a good skill, but early on it's not important. We're going to talk about endurance later, so we'll just keep pumping our melee ignite chance. That's going to get high. One more point to fiery lunge. More critical chance versus ignited enemies. I don't know how that is going to calculate. Increased critical chance is different than more, but it's not flat. So my guess is that it's like base times increased times more. So it's a good stat. We're not crit based, but that's a lot of free crit. 30% multiplicative is a significant margin if we end up going down that road. Oh, I didn't see this one. If you're using a two-handed weapon, stats on the weapon that directly add damage, increase damage, or add a chance to apply an ailment on hit have double effect for Rye. Maybe we shouldn't use one-handers. So, directly add damage, increase damage, or apply an ailment. Directly add damage is nothing on here. Increased damage would be 168% increased damage over time. Chance on ignite would be 120%. Bleed would be 114%. Forged weapon. When Riot kills an enemy, you have a chance to summon a forged weapon. We really don't care about the forged weapons, but that foe cleaver is nice. If your stats on a weapon, double the effect. Effective ailment chance. Stats on it. Why does it have targets above high health? That tooltip is weird. It has targets above 65 health are considered to be at high health, but nothing on the weapon says anything about high health. And then there's some energy wave that shows up when you mouse over it. I wonder if the tooltip is bugged out on that one. I think we're going to pull out of this because hit damage is not where we're going for. We're looking for damage over time with Rive or area or attack speed. Oh, that's interesting. You can give up. Oh, I like that. So we're going to get this huge attack speed bonus, huge armor shred bonus. Oh, here's that energy wave at high health. I wonder why that shows up over here. Wave of energy. If you're at high health and have positive mana. That's good. So wave of energy is another hit, which gives us another chance to ignite. Sequence to 1 2 1 2. Skip the third strike. Alright, so we're going to go down this path. I think that's going to be a better solution for us, just for getting more ignites out. See, that attack speed is, like, you can just feel the difference with the attack speed. And that's going to be really good once we no longer have the third strike in there. And we can look at that foe cleaver more. That's got potential. Oh, that feels so much better with the attack speed. Oh, if we get a fast weapon with attack speed, it'll be very nice. And you can saw we took a point out of Rive. What that does is whenever you take a point out of a skill, you're just removing that point, so you no longer have it. You don't get it back. I just happen to have 2 points to spend at the time. But what you do get is increased experience with leveling the skill when you are under a threshold. So as you take points away, you regain those points at a much higher rate than you did initially. And it's based on your level. And so like at level 90, when you reset a skill, you get all of those points back, all 20 points from that skill, at an extremely accelerated rate. So usually you can do one map, dungeon, echo, whatever you want to call them, and get 8 points. And then on your second one, you get the last 2, and your base is 10, so you cap the skill out very quickly. Melee attack speed, one-handed sword very fast, but you don't hit. We're going to grab that one, and we're going to craft on that. That guy died quick. I like that. Alright, so here's a sword that we can look at. So the necrotic damage we don't care about, but the melee attack speed is good. So we can buff that up. And then we can put ignite on it as well. And we have to be higher level to forge it more. But this gives us a fast attacking weapon. And then we can come over here, well, whenever we level, we can take our dual wield and be able to dual wield that. You can see we attack much faster. Even though our base damage isn't nearly as high, our ignites are doing our ignites are doing the work, and they don't care what kind of weapon you have equipped. And so this is a really solid choice. We just got to look for another good knife. I'm just going to grab that one so that we have a usable weapon whenever we get dual wield.
Down or die.
So you can see how that attack speed makes such a huge difference and how quickly we can stack up that ignite. And our base damage on our weapon becomes less and less relevant. Our healing is much higher. You can see we got our ignite up to 23 so fast on that guy. Now we did lose damage over time on our two-hander, so ignites are doing a little bit less damage. But that's far from the end of the world. Picking up knives on the ground right now that we can use eventually. Do we have fiery lunge?
Stand down or die.
Fiery lunge. We need to go this other way. Towards the quest objective, not the way. Now, obviously, I'm at a little bit of an advantage leveling here because I'm using some crafting materials that you may or may not have because I've got a lot from other characters. But the concept of everything still applies. And I'm not doing anything too crazy with the crafting. And we level, pick up our dual wield, take a little bit more damage, we'll get a little bit more healing. So those are kind of offset. Increased attack speed and gives us a lot more healing from Rive's health on hit. Well, from our Sentinel's health on hit. Let's see here which one we're going to use. We're going to chaos roll this one a little bit just to see if we can get something useful out of it. Chaos rolling is where you upgrade an affix and it changes it randomly. So that one, nothing good out of. So we can't use that one. Cold damage is not useful. Fire damage is good. Melee fire damage is good. Let's throw some ignite on this. Uh-oh. Sword in offhand. Dagger in my hand. There we go. The dual wield talent that the classes have require your offhand to be a sword or an axe. And so you can't actually wield the dagger in your offhand, but you can main hand anything you want. So you can main hand a scepter, a dagger, a mace, so on and so forth. But the dual wield passive itself will notate what you can have in your offhand. And so this one is only can equip swords in offhand, so it has to be a sword. And come over here, start sending off some fiery, flamey bursts. Again, those are going to stack up faster as we get more attack speed. And scale off of our fire damage. He died much faster than the first guy did. The first time we fought that guy. Very, very pleased with how this one is coming along. Now, so because Ignite is becoming our kind of focus here, let's make all Ignite items more visible. Because we want that Ignite. And so we want Ignite. And we want increased fire damage and ignite duration stuff. And we want chance to ignite idols. And we want chance to ignite high health idols. We also want attack speed. Attack speed is very good for us. And so we'll throw those in. In fact, while we're in here, let's also go ahead and select damage over time. We want elemental damage over time because Ignite is a fire. Damage over time. And fire damage over time. And fire damage over time. All of those would be very good bonuses for us. Let me think. What else could we use? I think that's good for now. As we see things that we need, we'll go ahead and add those to our loot filter. Like there's a sword right there, and it's a two-handed sword, so it's not ideal for us, but it has a chance to ignite on it. Now, if we were playing the game from start, this would be a great item to pick up and shard, using those runes of shattering that you get from the vendor so that you can make sure that you have a chance to ignite shards. Of course, we didn't get one there, but you could have. There goes an iron hammer on the ground there. Now, hammers are generally not going to be good for us because, again, they're a slower attack speed. So that one is average attack speed. It's nothing special. Again, we're looping all the way back around to get to the bridge to activate the bridge now. Pole sword is a pole arm, two-hander, so that's got ignite on it. Pole swords are typically lower attack speed though, so that's average. It's got damage over time. Now again, if we're just starting out, we buy those runes of shattering from the vendor, and we shatter it and get those damage over time shards so that we can upgrade our gear. And this is a chance on bleed, increased damage over time, plus 5 melee damage. Not great for us. Our current sword is increased melee attack speed and chance on bleed and chance on ignite. So we're just going to go ahead and keep our current sword. And so, see, there's a mace that we left behind earlier we didn't pick up. Actually has a stat on it that is important to us. We can mouse over it, and it is a increased chance to ignite. But again, we're only going to pick up two-handers that have a ton of really good stats on them, so that maybe we can use them in the future with that foe cleaver passive whenever we get access to it. Right now we're going down the 1-2-1-2 Rive path. Now, Armor Shred is an ability you can get from a lot of different sources. What Armor Shred does is it reduces the target's armor by 100 and stacks infinitely based on how much you can shred out. And then the armor shred itself has a duration. I want to say it's 4 seconds. We can go look at it in the tooltip here in a second. Yeah, so 4 seconds. Reduces your armor by 100. Increasing damage taken from all hits. So armor reduces damage from hits. Now, armor shred itself is not as important for us because ignite is a damage over time, not a hit. So we don't really care about how many points we're putting in that armor shred. It's not going to significantly improve the damage build the way that we're doing it, but we have to put points in it to progress through the tree. However, if we were a hit-based build or a crit-based build, armor shred becomes very powerful because it increases the damage the target is taking. Damage over time on an amulet. Our current amulet is crit strike and health. Now the health is nice, but we always take damage until we need more health. It's got dodge rating on it too, so get up to 11% dodge. That's probably about as good as having the 40 health. Again, remember we were sharding things that had stuff like damage over time on it, so if we were playing the game, we would have more damage over time shards to use right now. And that's a great opportunity for us to craft damage over time onto this Ami. Now the poison damage is no good, but we can cast this and pray. We got lightning damage. It's equally no good. And later on, we can chaos roll this again once we get higher level and try to get something better. Now, our old amulet did have increased melee attack speed. So, this might not be the best choice for us. We can already feel the difference in attack speed, losing that 14%. It's not horrible, but it's noticeable. And our old amulet had room to craft. And so we can put chance to ignite on this amulet, make it better. It crit, that's good. And we can also put damage over time. Now, elemental damage over time has a higher range roll than just regular damage over time because it's a more specialized stat. So we're going to use elemental damage over time on it. Now, this amulet becomes really solid. 48% increased elemental damage over time, 22% increased chance to ignite. Very, very strong. Bracers of blocking there give damage over time. But again, we might be able to just put that on our bracers. That's a prefix. Ignite can't go on bracers. These bracers have damage over time on them already. But we can't put melee attack speed on there. And so I'm still going to prefer the melee attack speed over the actual damage over time. Because more ignites is still better for me than bigger ignites.
Stand down or die.
Because it's more ignites, more health on hit. Both very, very good stats to have. Now, you notice we've got skills on our skill bar that we're not even using. Because we're only using these 3 skills right now. Now, we can come in and look for skills that would be a benefit to us. Rebuke would be good to have on our bar. Rebuke is an ability we can use, we can channel to take less damage. So if we know we're about to get hit with a big ability, we can use that to reduce the damage. And then when you stop channeling, the barrier breaks, dealing damage to all nearby enemies. And this is like a burst of damage that goes out, which is not nearly as important to us. But all that damage could ignite, so it is not terrible because it is a hit attack. Our other ability right here, we could put Healing Hand on here as a way to just heal ourselves in the event that we don't have any potions. We're probably not going to use that, but it's nice to just have abilities on our bar that we can utilize. Everything else in here is something that is probably not going to be significant for us. Sigils of Hope we're going to have access to soon, and this allows us to do additional fire damage on attacks and spells, so that would be good for us. The sigils have a duration though, so you have to recast them. We're going to get those once we have 15 points spent in this tree. Right now we've got 21 points in our Sentinel, and it's probably as far as we're going to be going in the Sentinel tree, although Blade Master looks really good with attack speed. We could go more relentless for blade, but that's a future play in there. We're gonna stick with the Paladin tree because we want the sigils anyway, so we have another active skill. Got a little mini boss here. Get our ooh, that's a hit. This boss, we want to kill these little ads because otherwise they can stack up and give us a lot of problems for making us unable to move anyway. And we're going to use our rebuke here. See? Take that hit, no problems. Go back to attacking. Use a potion here and kill that guy. Very nice, smooth, and easy. Now he dropped a lot of gear. Just nothing that was useful for us. Now, we didn't use her before. This is our gamble girl. And so she has items for sale that you don't know what they could be. But you can look at them, and so if you have the gold, you can buy them and see what they get. And so we need fast attacking weapons. This cultist blade is very fast attacking. So we're going to go ahead and grab one of those cultist blades, see if we get something good on it.
Interested in another try?
It's poop. Let's see here. This one is a little bit slower. This dagger has the same speed as our current dagger. We're going to grab one of those and see if it gets something good.
That's a winner.
Increased fire damage is good. Melee fire damage we don't really care about. Blind on hit we don't care about. But it's not much better than our current dagger. There's no point in spending a lot of currency on that one. But you can come in here and get like items that you have been needing. Like this helmet is old. We need a better helmet. These helmets, iron visors, have better bases than infantry helmets because they give you stun chance as well as higher armor. So those are both solid choices. So we can grab one or two of these, see if we get something decent on it.
Want to give it another shot?
Well, that one was poop.
Not bad.
No good there.
Excellent choice.
And then nothing really good there. And so you can gamble with this gambler girl for items that you think you might need. Right now we're using this thing, and it's not really been a huge benefit to us. I really think a good sunrise emblem would be better. So we can go ahead and look at buying a sunrise emblem.
A fine choice. You have a good eye. Not bad.
And again, you should not spend a whole lot of money here, but it is a good opportunity for you to get some slots filled in that maybe you didn't have anything good for. We can try to chaos roll off this minion damage for something. Chaos roll off of this. But apparently it wants us to have minion damage. Levels of Sigil of Hope. That's a really good one. It's got 15% chance to ignite. Levels of Sigils of Hope. We can go ahead and try to hit some health up on this thing. Get some more health. Some more LE resist. It's always a good thing. And now we've got a decent little sigil here. Levels of on items just give you skill points that you can spend on those skills. They don't count towards your maximum. They don't count towards your experience or anything. It's just flat bonuses.
Yes? Stay safe.
We need to go down here and talk to the Forge just so we get credit for this quest so that it falls off of our quest list.
What do you want?
think we just get more of our ignite chance conversion there. Probably the best way to go. Advertisers in the chat, always. Little blinky bears. See, a little bit more AoE on this ride would be good. I think that's probably the only real flaw to Rive, because it's very short AoE. Didn't see a readily available way to increase the AoE on first and second strike, and that's what our build is going to be doing. So we would have to rely on getting that from an item, probably. Although there could be some cool Rive affecting uniques. I don't know. Maybe we get lucky and find one. And there goes a Cultist Scepter. Scepters are interesting because they add melee damage and spell damage. I don't think there is any way to incorporate Smite into Rive. But you can do things like incorporate Smite into Warpath. Right down here, so while spinning you have a chance to cast Smite each second on a nearby enemy, and it consumes your Smite cost, and then that scales off of your Smite skill, which scales off of spell damage. So you can do things like equip Warcry, and then have it Smite constantly while you're Warcrying, and then use weapons that buff the Smite damage, and rely less on the direct hit of Smite and more on the Smites generated by your Warcry. It's just a different way to scale your build. Not enough damage over time or attack speed for us to be interested in that. And here goes some idols. Nothing really good for us, but we'll take that small one. Because we can kind of just stick it in there. Get some necrotic resistance. That lunge is doing work. I like the node where we can get a wider path on it. That would be good, so we can hit more mobs with our lunge. This way is not the correct way. Thank you for the teleport, bear. And pile of wood. make sure we have this waypoint just for futures. There's another little mini boss. Can't seem to mouse over this guy though, ever. Never know how many ignites we have on him. But they're ticking for like 600. So definitely a good little ignite. Not really us, we don't need crit.
Yes? Gods be with you.
I haven't really been paying attention to Flame Burst. I think we kill things too fast for it to work right now. Now, there is a side quest up here that is like a visit the college of something or another. The Great College. I don't ever do it because it requires you to go back in time, get a crest off of the corpse at that college in the past, and then come back forward in time and then go back up there to the guy to turn it in so you can go in and get the quest completion. The whole process just takes too long. I don't see any benefit in doing that. Oh, we're getting some 800 point ignite bleeds in there. Take him. I think a good goal for this build would be somewhere around 500% ignite and like 500% ignite damage and like 300-400% fire damage and 200% attack speed. That would give you a ton of really good scaling. Don't need catalysts. And so here's an example. We don't need catalysts at all whatsoever on our build. And catalysts can roll with a lot of stuff that is good for us. But if we don't want to see them, we can just go in and hide catalysts. So we'd come in and add a rule and say hide and add condition and you go to item type. And catalysts are an accessory, an armor, an offhand. There we go. And say hide catalysts. And say we just don't want to see catalysts. We're going to move this down to the bottom in case we do something. Actually, it would need to be above this one. So these function in order. So hide catalyst means never show any catalysts. if this was above it, it would show catalyst with stuff that is on this list. But we just want to hide catalyst, period. We can do that. Now I'm not going to hide catalyst in case something interesting for another character pops up. But as you're playing along, if you want to hide something so that you don't have to see it on the ground anymore, that is how you go about doing that. Well, Divine Bolt is doing some work. That was a good selection. See, a maul is just too slow as a base item. We're still preferring the two one-handers right now, rather than one two-hander, until we have access to that foe cleaver passive. Now that foe cleaver passive is going to be potentially very, very good for this build late game, because you can get like a high tier 7 affix on an item with elemental damage over time in like the 600 to 700%, which if that doubles it is like 1500% ignite damage. That could be very good for this build. Oh, I don't know if it doubles. I don't know what it doubles. We'll have to... That is a future endeavor of playing the stuff and figuring out what works best. I don't know if anyone has any Rive builds up right now. We can go look relatively easily, though, while we're waiting on loading screens. Rive. There are currently not a single Rive build on Last Epoch tools. So no one believes in this skill but us right now. My new goal is to make a Rive Ignite build. And so in this video, we're going to push to monoliths, and then we'll just do other videos on actually getting the build put together, figuring out what's good and how to make it work. Whenever you're looking at creating a build, there's a few things that are important. Number one is you need layers of defense. Layers of defense are very important. And so, this being a Sentinel build, armor is going to be the first defense. Sentinels get a ton of armor. And so having armor is easy on a Sentinel and very, very good. We're going to go ahead and do this little time rift thingy here. So that's our first layer of defense is armor. Our second layer of defense is probably going to be health. Having a high effective health pool allows you to take a hit that you would normally die to. Our third layer of defense on this build is going to be high attack speed and health on hit. And we're probably not going to be relying on leech a lot because we are not doing a lot of damage that leech works with. But we'll probably get a little bit of leech because we have access to elemental leech. And elemental leech will do leech off of our ignite damage, which will be good because our ignite damage is rolling even when we're not hitting the targets and we're moving away, and so we'll continue to get that leech. But health on hit is going to be more important for us because we're hitting very, very fast. So we're going to get more results from the health on hit than we will from the leech. Also, health on hit doesn't have to build up. Leech stacks. It just automatically returns health every time you strike the target. So that's our third layer of defense. Max resist is going to be obviously our fourth layer of defense and something that every player in the game should be using. And continuing to layer those defenses is the best way to stay alive. We'll have to figure out one more layer of defense. It will probably be something like Titan's Heart with a two-hander and a foe cleaver. But again, that's a future endeavor of getting that all figured out, and we'll do some videos on getting that kind of stuff figured out too. God, I hate all this backtracking. The next thing that's important when you're doing a build is going to be just your damage. I mean, making sure that your build is capable of doing the damage that you want it to do to kill the targets that you need to kill. For this build, we're going to be building towards Ignite, which means we need a way to apply Ignite and do that through increased attack speed, increased Ignite chance, and sources of Ignite. So that would be things like the Divine Bolt or the Energy Surge. All give us ways to hit the target more often, so we have more sources for getting our Ignite out through our passive Ignite chances. Second thing we need to worry about is scaling the damage of that Ignite. Ignite's base damage is 40 damage over 2.5 seconds. It's not a lot of damage. Mobs at high level have 10k health. You're not going to be killing things with 40 damage. And so scaling that damage becomes important. Now, Paladin gives us a nice little inherent scaling of 100% fire damage when we're at 100% health. So that's going to be good. So other sources of increased fire damage will also scale our Ignite. But most of our Ignite scaling is going to come from damage over time bonuses. And so hopefully Foe Cleaver will allow us to multiply a huge two-handed damage over time affix, giving us, 1,000% or more increased Ignite damage. And we'll have other sources of increased Ignite damage as well. And obviously, as I've said before, attack speed becomes very important, because the faster we attack, the more Ignites we put out, and that is multiplicative with our Ignite chance. On a side note, I have not done this Time Rift era before. This is obnoxiously long. Ten out of 10, would not recommend doing this one. Use our Holy Aura, get our Ignite stacks up to almost 30. And stand and poop. Don't take that hit. That little channeling thing, I should move out of that. Oh, got an Idol of Loathing. Again, Holy Aura, get our Ignite stacks up and rolling, and bleed them out. Ooh, a lot of stuff. None of it good, but a lot of stuff. Passive point out of that quest though. We'll need to teleport. back over where? Imperial era. We just didn't do that quest. That's okay. It doesn't give us anything good. The Arisen Lake. More coffee. I guess before we move on, let's go ahead and get some points out here. Alright, so more melee ignite. Pick up our sigils. Those additional divine bolts look like they could be fun, but I think we're still better off just pushing Argnite. But we have sigils now. So we're going to remove this unused skill, put sigils on the bar. Flame burst damage. If you are... Yeah. I don't know how much this flame burst is really doing, but we'll keep leaning into it. Just stick around here and all this fiery stuff. We might want to go that for resistances later. Attack speed here. That's good. Yeah, we're going to stick around here and we'll pick up that attack speed later. Those are good. Over on our Rive. That's going to be good later for more knights. We're going to switch over to the 1-2-1-2 so we can get to the skip third strike. It's going to massively increase the number of ignites that we put out, probably by about 20%. You already did, you corrupted lake. You were not fun. Look at those bleeds. Ignites, whatever you want to call them. Look at those damage overtimes. Kind of like having the breakables around and just dash too. It's very handy.
Welcome, traveler.
No, don't die. We'll protect you. Nice and quick and easy. Just the way you like it. Oh, thank you. She thinks I'm skilled. Oh, a ring. It's a Quicksilver coil. It's a very good ring for us. It is increased melee attack speed, 100% crit chance with flurry, doesn't matter to us, but 21% chance to gain haste on hit for 1 second, and movement speed. it's just a great leveling ring overall. If you can get legendary potential on those and turn them into legendary items, they are very, very capable items. That cultist bait is probably not going to be better than what we have, even after crafting it. And that axe is no good for us either. Nope. There is a legendary sword, or sorry, a unique sword, Eye of Reem. If we could get one of those, that would be good for us. Or a Rainbow Edge would also be good for us. So these one-handed legendary swords that are available, or unique swords that are available out there that you can turn into legendary swords, give us a lot of scalability with this build until we get a two-hander that is just solid. Got some mob density there. I am really going to need that melee attack reduces the cooldown of lunge. I would like to be able to lunge more. I'm hitting it, but it's on cooldown. Now we're gonna let's go in and get a little bit more picky with our filter. So right now, this filter that we made is looking for one affix on these items. And the idols we'll turn off. And we'll do a separate one for the idols. Instead, what we're going to start looking for is it having at least 3 of these affixes. That means it's going to have some sort of attack speed, some sort of damage. Well, let's just stick with 2 for now. So some sort of attack speed or damage over time or ignite chance. That way we can be a little bit more specific with what we want, because we're showing a lot of these items, but they're not good for us. And we're going to add a rule for the idols separately, because the idols can have 1 affix on them and still be good. And so looking for fire idols, so not shared fire damage, but fire damage over time. There we go. Now we can be a little bit more picky. And this is important. I know a lot of people are conditioned to say, oh, I need an item filter. Let me go and grab someone's item filter. Don't do that. Your needs change from moment to moment in the game, and you need to be able to respond to those needs by customizing your filter so that you see the items that are important to you. If you just have a generic filter, all you're going to do is spend a lot of time looking at items on the ground that it's showing you that are not useful for you. And that's not the most efficient use of your time. Remember, this is an ARPG, and it kills per hour, or how you measure your progress. And so the faster you can do your things, and the more efficiently that you can sort through your loot, the more successful you're going to be, and the more fun you're going to have. If you're just spending hours looking at loot on the ground and it's all garbage, that's not fun. So make sure that you get comfortable with customizing your item filter for your character and what you need. big old beetle. I think we're going to go ahead and step this up to hiding rare items as well, because we're not picking up just random rare items anymore. We're going to be very specific on what we pick up and what we want. We are Ignite, so we need Ignite items. And again, our defenses right now are still solid. We're not dying, we're not having any issues. So we're just going to focus on building our items up to do more damage. I didn't update the filter. Love the range on that lunge. Such a good feeling travel skill. Oh, you know what? We never did our sigils. Why don't we stop for a second? Get our sigils done here. Oh, it's because we weren't 35 yet. 3 additional fire damage, increasing the alternate effect. We can put these out, but they're not going to be very useful to us until we are able to spec into that skill. So we've got 6 more levels before we can actually spec into those sigils to make them useful. We'll try to remember to use them on bosses. A little bit extra damage. Can't hurt. I'm sure those sigils will allow us to do more ignites. Speaking of levels, 5 to go. Pick one up. Lunge. Gonna go with more there. And now we drop our third strike on Rive. So now Rive is just 1 and 2. Much faster. Holy Aura. Let's keep leaning into this Flame Burst. I think that's got some potential, especially with the short AoE of Rive. And it's a hit. Hits mean ignites. More ignites means more damage. Dash is off cooldown. Yeah, this is not a... There's some density. Let's say this place has no density. You know what? An exiled mage would be good right about now to measure how our build is feeling on damage. Oh, Exsanguinous. You know, that's an interesting armor. Exsanguinous is an armor that lets you play a ward playstyle instead of a life playstyle. It functions by sacrificing your life and granting you ward. And ward is just a shield that protects your life. But whereas your life heals up as you wait over time, ward decays as you wait over time. So you have to constantly be rebuilding it, which is what Exsanguinous does. Exsanguinous is a body armor that sacrifices your life, but constantly rebuilds your ward, so you can have a layer of it. And right now, we've got 500 health. We equip this Exsanguinous, then we lose health, and we gain ward. And the more health we lose, the more ward we gain. You see, it starts to speed up as you go down. And we've got a lot of healing right now, passive healing, so it's not going to let us drop very low. And so it's not going to be as effective for us. We would have to give up our Holy Aura. Maybe we can just make it go away. That gives up some of our healing and gets us back to a lower health so that we can have more ward. Now this is not good for us. You really need to build your character around it. But increased attack speed, if you used a potion in the past 4 seconds, is another potion offensive buff. It's very, very good. And you could make this into a ward build, especially with like ward on hit items and very high attack speed. You've got some potential there. It's just not what we're doing right now. We're going to stick with a life build and utilize Rive's high attack speed and Sentinel's health on hit. Just makes for a very good combination. Oh, and another helmet. Calamity. This is an interesting one. If we could make Rive a fire skill, this would be phenomenal. But we can't. And so it's not as useful for us, because it's a 146% chance to hit with fire skills. But I don't have any way to make Rive a fire skill that I'm aware of. We can check Last Epoch tools and see if maybe there's an item that does it. Let's look real quick. No. There is not an item in the game that directly impacts Rive or modifies Rive. Probably why there isn't a lot of builds surrounding Rive. So there's no way to turn Rive into a fire skill that I know of. No skill tag modifiers, which is a bummer. They should add that. That would be good for the skill. Maybe more people would play it. Gives you that second degree of scaling. Now, we can still equip that Calamity. It's not bad. What Calamity does is unique, that gives you Ignite chance on fire skills, increases your fire damage, but it causes you to take fire damage when you kill something, I think, with a fire skill. Is it with a fire skill? Yeah. So, I mean, we could use this for 70% increased fire damage right now. But I think we're better off just getting a better helm. See, right now we're hiding all rare items, so we're not going to see any rare items. But you notice our helm is kind of poopy. So we'll just go in here. We'll add a rule. We'll show, recolor, emphasize, and we'll go with pink. Pink for helms. And then we'll add a condition that it is an item type, armor, and helmet. And then we'll add another condition that it is at least a rare item. And so we're hiding rare items down here, but because this is higher on the list, we're now going to see helmets on the ground that are rare. And we're only doing that because we just looked at our equipment and our helmet is extra poopy. And so we'll use this as an opportunity to kind of key in and look for a helmet that's going to be an upgrade for us. And we're not looking for any stats in particular on the helmet right now. We're just looking for a better helmet than what we have. Probably something defensive. Helmets don't have a tremendous amount of offensive stats on them for us. And we are starting to take a little bit more damage, as you can see, when we're fighting the groups of monsters and start taking some hits to our health. So we want to make sure that we keep that balance between damage we deal and survivability. Go ahead and spend our lunge point on, you got it, more knights. Right now our lunge has a little over 300% chance to ignite. So guaranteed 3 stacks. It's very nice. Come up here. Reduce chance to cast Divine Bolt on hit. So that would make it down to 10%, 5 projectiles. I don't think we worry too much about that. This would be good, but I think we'll still start scaling strength and increased fire damage, because both of those are flat increases for us for our skills. So it's 8% per point, which is very nice. That tooltip left up on our screen, working as intended. Another little mini boss coming up. We are getting a little more on the squishy side, so we'll probably have to dodge out of his big attacks. But I think our damage is still solid, so he should die pretty quick. Oh yeah, very good damage.
That shield will be your tomb. The immortal empire shows no mercy.
Hurry and break it. I'll take that as a yes. Get to the railing and give a signal when you're ready.
More idle slots.
You washed up. It's yeah. I'll only slow you down. Please, go on without me.
Stand down or die.
There was a little time warp place in here, but we can't access it yet. Whenever you complete this current quest we're on, you can come back and access it. A shield. A cradle of the erased. Now, I guess is a good time to talk about the shield. So this is a Weaver's Will item. Weaver's Will items will improve as you use them. So we'll equip this and play with this for a little bit. Throw this on. I think our sword, it has more attack speed, but it has less ignite. So let's go ahead and buff our ignite on this. There we go. And it's 540. So as we use this item, it will get stronger randomly. So we'll play with this for a little while and see what kind of stats we get on it, just to kind of see. I mean, you can see we still do good damage without dual wielding. It is absolutely still very, very strong. And so you could play this build with a shield perfectly fine. If you felt squishy, wanted some more survivability, take less damage. You take more damage while you're dual wielding, so you take less damage while you're wielding a shield, plus you gain the benefit of shield block and block effectiveness and any of the other stats that the shield may have, typically defensive stats. And maybe we get just a ridiculously good Weaver's roll. Those guys have a lot of health, so that is really solid. He went down like a bag of potatoes. And those guys both resist fire damage, so our damage is still really solid. Unique body armor, unique gloves. Game likes us tonight. The Falcon and Elias machinations. Neither of these are useful for builds. Let's get rid of some of this yellow stuff that we're never going to use. Technically that helm is better. Alright, so first things first, the Falcon. Unique body armor, 20 armor rating, 31 dodge, and increased movement speed if you've hit an enemy in the last 5 seconds. Not great. It's usable at level 1, so if you get it and you start a new character, you can start off with some okay armor, but I mean realistically our current armor is better than this, so we're not going to use it. I don't need that in particular. And then our gloves are Liath's Machinations, which is a sorcerer item. It gives you 25 ward per second, which is nice, but it's primarily for buffing Fireball, making changes to Fireball. It's really good if you're a rune caster and you want to use Fireball as your charging spell, because it turns Fireball into a fire and lightning ability. So that's a little different and unique and fun. But it is a sorcerer item for the Fireball skill, not a Sentinel item at all. And these big scorpions all have resist fire damage, so they're just a little bit tougher for us to take down.
Stand down or die.
Okay, we're using our lunge offensively there, and we've been using it offensively against bosses. It just dumps stacks of Ignite on the boss very quickly. It uses very little cast time to do, and if you're right on the target, it doesn't really interrupt your attacks much at all. Now this guy can be nasty. He's got like a lightning ability, comes out and does a lot of damage. And you can see the Weaver added and affixed to our Cradle of the Erased right there. So we'll take a look and see what we got. Ooh, gotta use potions. Those guys are starting to hurt. We almost died there. Like I said, that guy can be nasty. Alright, so our Weaver's Will has been getting physical resistance. It currently has 1 tier of physical resistance, and it will prefer to increase that physical resistance. Now, Phys Resist is really good for leveling. Most of the damage you take is physical. All the generic random hits from everything, physical. A lot of bosses have abilities to do physical and cold, physical and fire. And so physical resistance is a great stat to have while you're leveling for survivability. So we'll keep using our little Weaver's Will shield for a while and let it grow and see if it becomes something useful. Flame burst damage is starting to get noticeable from our holy aura, so that's good.
Hey now, I've seen how you handle yourself. All you need to do is clear.
Nope, wrong one.
Then I can.
Alright, here goes a helmet. Nothing really fantastic on it. Increased critical strike with shield throw. Terrible. Increased armor is good though. Go ahead and upgrade the increased armor. Dodge rating isn't bad. Better than our current helm. Oof. Feeling that no poison resistance that we have on our character. So at some point we're going to have to start paying attention to our resistances. Up until now it hasn't been crucial. But we're going to start encountering some guys that can do a lot of damage with a bleeding heart. So this is a leech item. Increased melee attack speed is low on it. This is not really great for us, but it's a good item if you're playing a leech character, which is a physical hit, or should I say a hit-based character that does a lot of damage, gives a lot of leech back. It would help us a little bit, but it doesn't have any of the offensive stats on an amulet that we would need. And our leech is already pretty solid, so I don't really feel the need to equip it from a survivability standpoint because of our life on hit. But for characters that don't have access to a powerful life on hit ability in their skill tree, Bleeding Heart is a very, very good find. We are really feeling the range challenges on Rive, though. Our Weaver's shield upgraded.
That's buried in the slums. She told me of the Emerald Nagasa. They were the same, content to slither through the shadows.
Might have to get this Iron Reach before we worry about first strike wave of energy at high health. I like this strikes pull in enemies too. We got mana on hit, so I mean I can spam that out. Rive's got a lot of little bonuses. Oh yeah, that's noticeable difference in the AoE. Need more movement speed on this build. Or I guess later on we'll get more cooldown on our lunge once we're able to start adding the 1 second reduced cooldown on melee strike, and that'll make a big difference in our mobility, jumping between packs. before we go there, let's go complete this other one. There's no particular order that you do these, it's just the order that my brain wants to do it in. Yeah, he heard.
Three. When she told me it'd take the courage of a Ruby Nagasa, I didn't expect this. But it's one step closer to giving her a piece of my mind.
You know, there is an item, a scepter, that would be really good for leveling with this build. It has ignite chance on it, and it has a spreading flames ability. It's just increased fire damage. If we found one of those, that would be really good. Called Fire Starter's Torch. Increases fire damage over time, chance to apply spreading flames on hit. More fire damage to enemies affected by spreading flames. No ignite chance on it though, but a lot of damage.
Stand down or die.
Big boy.
This squid, I wish I'd seen it. I can only imagine how she feels.
We can put sigil skills in now. Alright, Sigil, what do you have for me in the Ignite front? Up here, Ignite per Sigil active. Damage granted per Sigil active, fire damage per Sigil active, chance to summon a Sigil on kill. Ooh, I like that. I think we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Chance to summon Sigil on kill. Move up towards our Ignite chance. Now we can charge up sigils. Then as we kill, they'll probably recharge themselves most of the time. We just have to make sure we keep killing, because what'll happen is whenever the sigils recharge themselves based on you killing something, they all get reset to the same duration. And then if you let that duration fall, they all fall off. And then they have to like charge back up again. So you want to be more active and not just standing around, because if you just stand around, they all fall off. Like right now, they're all going to fall off because we're just too far away from anything to fight. Unless we get lucky. Oh, we got lucky. Casual, 40 stacks of Ignite, solid.
Hidden so close. A word of advice. Don't ask her about the Diamond Matrons. You'll regret it.
We're starting to slow down on how often we're getting our skill points. So the skill points are going to start to become more and more important what we make on selection. We can only have 20 without other access to skill points from other sources. But they come much slower at higher level. Like you're gonna get to 19 skill points, and it may be like 3 hours of play before you get that 20th skill point or more, depending on how quickly you're killing things. So we want to be more particular with where we put our skills. And so, like on this one, we're really leaning into the flame burst and all this kind of stuff, but attack speed is so important to us. So we're going to take Ignite here and get these 3 points for attack speed down here, because that becomes 18% whenever we utilize our on cooldown ability. And that's a lot of attack speed.
Ah, yes. May I tear a smile upon you?
Over here, yes, we want more fire damage and more strength. Increased damage and healing if you've healed yourself or an ally recently. We don't care about that. Attunement, we don't care about. Now there is some block chance and block stuff if we're going to use a shield that we can go into. But for right now, we're not guaranteeing that we're using a shield. So we're going to lean more into the strength and the fire damage. Keep pushing that.
Greetings.
Got another point there. Take that. And we are getting towards the end of our campaign. 12 out of 15 passives, so only 3 more passives. 3 out of 8 idols, so only 5 more idols. So we're getting relatively close to being done with needing to complete campaign stuff. Once we're done with campaign stuff, we're in monoliths. So our Weaver will shield is continuing to improve. See what we got on it. Block chance is good. Chance to slow attackers is okay. Increased block chance is really good to have on a shield though. Slow as a debuff just reduces movement speed. Now, all in all, that's not very useful to us being a melee character, being in melee, but it can't hurt. It's just free stats on the item. But chances are we won't be using the shield long term because, again, it is not benefiting us from an offensive standpoint, and I think we have better defensive solutions than blocks with this character. And I would really like to use Foe Cleaver, which doubles the damage and ailment aspects of a two-handed weapon. And I think that will go very, very well with the Ignite-based build. Which also means we should probably look into where those points are going to be spent, because we want to get Foe Cleaver earlier rather than with the last point that we spend, because otherwise we won't have access to it until like level 74, 75-ish before you actually get that 20th skill point. Now we do need to be on the lookout for level of Writhe. So let's add a rule for that. Recolor, and then we're going to go with blue and emphasize and affixes, and we want level up. So we want level of Rive. That's going to be important. Level of Holy Aura could be useful. Level of Sigils of Hope could be useful. Those are going to be our main abilities. So we'll add that in there and keep an eye out for those items. They'll start dropping more frequently as we get to higher level. It's a more rare affix, and so higher level mobs always drop more rare affixes more frequently. Surprisingly good spear. Pick it up for crafting on later once we get the foe. Oh yeah, here we go. So I want this wider path, I think. Oh no, not light. Cooldown reduction.
Stand down or die.
Remember, we're using lunge in melee as a way to very quickly throw on more stacks of ignite. I'm very effective with that. Anytime we're in melee with something, we're just holding down the lunge. Still looking for a decent helm, and that's not it. Now our health is falling behind a little bit. We do want more health. There's a quest down here with a chest. Doesn't give you any idols or any passives, so I don't do it. But if we want to go and do it, we can do it. I mean, literally, the quest is to just go and open the stupid chest. It's just annoying to get to. And you should be picking up all those shards back there. I'm not picking them up because this account obviously already has a ton of those shards. Got another little mini boss coming up here. Make sure we have our sigils up. And this guy has a dot that he puts on the ground, but we are surprisingly tanky, so we probably don't need to do anything about that. We're just stand in it. And that's all of our on-hit stuff. Keeping close to 40 stacks of ignite on this guy fairly easily, so that's good. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. That last tier is weird. You have to like go towards the ladder to go down the ladder. And this quest bugs out sometimes, so don't go into that thing until it actually becomes a waypoint. Spin our skills while we're waiting. Now we want this pin right here. And this increased armor and critical strike avoidance is a great defensive. But we're good on defensives, so I think we're going to continue pumping this up, but we'll put some points in here as we progress through the tree here.
Stand on the device. I promise I won't do anything reckless.
Yeah, I don't trust you. He's probably going to do a lot of reckless stuff with me. Loading time. One more call for alcohol.
You're over go. I'll hopefully. I will see you soon.
So shield, more block chance, more slow, more fizz resist. Not a terrible shield. We're just blasting through here because there's really nothing in this area anyway, other than a better shield. Continue to improve shield. Typically, once I get to here, we're getting really close to being done with the idols and the passive skills that are necessary. We've got a few quests that we need to go turn in back in our one of our earlier towns, only because the game never takes us back there to turn it in. And so once we get through here, I have to go talk to this guy. Once we get through this section, we will go back, look at those, turn in the quests that we need to turn in, and see where we stand on passives and idle slots.
Right. And if it weren't for you,
Yeah, thank
I'd
you
still
for
be
making me
in
run all the way back there to talk to you. It's very, very helpful. The game likes to lag out picking up epic shards. Apparently, it is very hard for the CPU to run the processes necessary to pick up epic shards. We're really not focusing at all on keeping up our sigils like we should. There's an Exxon Mage. Damage test time. Oh, what a cheeky motherfucker. Our damage is not bad on this guy, but he is just jumping around and taking advantage of the Z-axis. Appreciate the follow, but we won't be hopping on Discord anytime soon.
Stand down or die.
You can also tell our damage is starting to fall off a little bit in here. And so we'll definitely need to focus on making sure we get our damage up, look at our items, see what we can upgrade. Make some incremental improvements. Because these guys are living a little bit longer than the last guys were. We want to make sure that we're clearing smooth and fast. Got a bunch of skill points to put in just in time for me saying our damage is starting to fall off. We also really haven't seen any gear in a while that would be upgrades.
Here I was, hoping.
Alright, so we're gonna go in town here. While we're in town, we're gonna take a look at our gear, make sure that we're upgrading things that we can upgrade, look at our skills. Oh, we gotta get to Julia's shelter first. One more little area to go through. You can see that flame burst is actually doing some good damage here. I have groups of enemies. That thing hurt though.
Stand down or die.
Using our cooldowns a little bit more often now that we're getting to the point where enemies are starting to get tougher. And Julia's Haven. This is going to be a town that we get to go in and look at everything. And so I think what we're going to do here is take a small break. When we come back from break, we're going to look at our items, look at our skills, make sure everything is kind of in order, and then kind of progress from there. And so I will be back All right, we are back. Let's go to town, look at our gear, see what we can do with our skills. Again, survivability is good, but damage is a little low. Probably because we switched over to using a shield and took our second weapon off.
I'm glad. And when he fled, I saw him head.
The heart of the citadel is beyond. There is an exit near the Emperor's throne, giving you a chance to strike.
First, let's look at our quests here. So, an ancient hunt gives us idle inventory. We need to return back to the council chambers for that. Loading time.
May a terror smile upon you. Greetings.
Got idle slots, get skill points to spend. We still go pen, and then we start picking up the armor and crit strike avoidance here. On Holy, then we want to start going for the attack speed there. On Rive, we're going to want to start going for Bow Cleaver, I think. These forged weapon points are not good for us because we don't use forged weapon. But we could... I think all of the forged weapon bonuses are in Forge Guard. So that's a tough one. We give up 3 points here for an ability that's not going to do anything for us. To get access to this one, but this one has the potential to do a lot for us. Ooh, that's a tough one. Effective ailment chance stats on a two-handed weapon. Oh, I'm using OBS for streaming. I'm doing a video right now for just leveling from 1 to 50 and getting to the monoliths. Well, not 1 to 50, but 1 to monoliths. No, you're fine. These are casual videos. Right now I'm trying to decide on what to do with Arrive. I'm going to have 8 more points to spend. I've got 12 spent. I've got 13 spent, and I'm going to have 7 more points to spend, with 2 possibly for armor. And I really like this Foe Cleaver right here, because its effective damage stats on a two-handed weapon is doubled. Effective ailment chance stats on a two-handed weapon is doubled. And we are an ailment build. But what is ailment chance stats? Is it the damage or just the chance that an ailment lands? And the damage stats, that includes damage over time? I don't know. I think we go up this path. These are 3 points that are completely wasted, but I think this one right here is worth it in the long run. Cooldown reduction, and we got our sigils here. Now, I really don't like having to cast these sigils, but it is what it is. What is soliloquy? Your sigils grant a significant amount of fire, but your maximum sigils is set to 1. Well, that's interesting. Casting Sigil of Hope when you have an active sigil consumes it and casts Divine Flare, which is an explosive spell. Divine Flare deals additional fire damage for each second the sigil is active. Divine Flare deals fire damage to nearby enemies. That's interesting. Not what we're going to go with, but interesting. I think this Ignite chance per sigil is just going to be great for us, but we're going to need duration on sigils. And we're going to need increased maximum sigils. Because otherwise it's just not viable to run around spamming sigils. On our quest, clearing the ruins does not grant any rewards we care about. If studying time is the really obnoxious one, a sapphire tablet we need to go and do. We get a passive point and idle expansion. And that one gives us a passive point. We may do that one too. We'll go back and do sapphire tablet. This was the one we talked about earlier, which we would have to return to the Shining Cove because that door would not open. So we go back and do that now. And this is a relatively short, easy, quick quest to do. It does give us both idols and a passive, so solid bonuses there. Now we did not look at our gear like we said we were going to. So let's take a look at that too real quick. Before we dive into this. Alright, weapon here, we can upgrade, cannot upgrade that yet. We can upgrade its chance to ignite. And that's as far as that one's going to go. Our body armor, this dex is doing nothing for us. So let's try to chaos roll that into something else more useful. Attunement not being one of them. So we'll need to replace this. This ring we haven't touched. We can get elemental damage over time on it. %65% elemental damage over time is solid. Melee attack speed on this, definitely good. It's got no forging potential left though. And then this one, I'll just get a little bit of health out of it. We need a better sigil, or a better relic here. Our boots, we want that increased cooldown recovery speed. Our belt we can't modify. And our amulet, we want that elemental damage over time. And that is going to be the limit of our gear here. This helmet is just defensive stats. it can't hurt to have more defensive stats. So we'll bump up the vitality and the dodge rating a little bit. And dive in. But I mean, we got a lot of extra damage with the elemental damage over time. That's going to be a big bonus to us. Now this quest, or this zone, is kind of a... Ooh. These little void guys do some damage. To get our resistances up soon. So this zone is kind of a clockwise zone. So you'll hug the left wall to go around this zone in an efficient manner. And just keep going around this side down here. Nothing complicated. We have to kill some void horrors that are running around in here, I think. Those little eyes hit hard. And this is, we also clear this quest because it gives us access to the Temporal Bastion dungeon, which is how you turn unique items with legendary potential into legendary items. So it's very good. Temporal Sanctum. You need a key, but when you get a key, you can go in there and smash a unique item that has legendary potential with an exalted item and make really fancy, big, useful items. But for now, we will just go to the Shrine Maiden and Oracle's Abode and turn this in. Jano, I think, is in Imperial Era, maybe? Here it is.
Oh, yes. May I tear a smile upon you?
There we go.
May I tear a
Passive
smile
skills,
upon you?
idle slots. Come and spend. Armor, crit strike avoidance is good. I really haven't been picking up idols because I haven't been picking up much loot at all. Should actually see if any of those are good. But we have a set of idols in here, and let's just look for something good. Something with Ignite is good for us. It's like, here is a shred armor on melee hit, doesn't matter, but an Ignite chance. Ignite chance. Ignite. Ignite. But realistically, these are going to be the ones that you're finding are these large idols. And so we can grab a couple of these, put these in here, because this is the kind of stuff that you will have encountered running around at this level. I just saw these little miscellaneous general, they're called generic idols that have bonuses on them. Later on, you'll get some of these bigger idols that have a lot better potential bonuses on them. And Sentinel specific idols like this one, which take up 3 slots, but have a big chunk of health and up to a 17% chance to ignite. And so there's a lot of different options you can find for idols in the game. We're filling these slots in here. But we'll just throw some of these generic ones in there for right now and be happy with those. We'll throw in a little small idol in there. There we go. Let's look at our gear here. So this spear could be a big bonus to our damage. It's got a lot of attack speed on it that we can upgrade. It's got damage over time, and it's got almost no forging potential. So we have to see if we get lucky with Glyphs of Hope. That was 3, that was 2. That's a T5 damage over time now. That was 3. That was a crit, so that was good. We do need Ignite. We only got 1 Ignite on it. Not terrible. Right now, Arrive is... Let's see how this little spear plays out. I don't think it's going to be significantly better. We lost a lot of defenses to use it, but we'll play with it and see how it goes. We need to go find the entrance to the sewers. Where were we? Yulia's Haven. We're going to go backwards first, complete the little side quest, and then we'll go find the entrance to the sewers. I think that's a solid plan. We'll have maybe 3 more quests before we are able to head over into the monoliths. So we're not far at all. Spear's not bad. That guy's a little painful. We can use our abilities. Those guys that have that frontal cone, and there will be several of them in the game. There's some wolves that do it, and there's some little ice guys that do it, and these guys do it. That frontal cone is like an AoE damage over time. It hurts. Like, you just got to get out of it or use a cooldown or something to stay alive through it. There is not much else you can do. Oh, some unique boots. They're not bad unique boots. We may equip those. I think we actually completed the quest in here already. Didn't we? Yeah, we got turned to hours. So we'll just teleport back to town here. Turn in that quest and then move on with the main quest here. So the spear's not bad. It's definitely more damage than the sword and the shield was. The massive increased attack speed is nice. We're getting about the same stacks of ignite. So it's overall solid. And then once we finish out our Rive to here, it'll be even better.
You killed him? If we pull this off, maybe I can give us some good
Passive
news for
points to
once, eh?
spend. Good defensive here. So we are not bleed based. And I think we're better off if we just completely ignore chance to bleed and mixing fire damage and physical damage and just stick with our fire damage here. So we can continue putting in armor and crit strike avoidance. Both are incredibly valuable stats to have. We also get another point here. Gives us our increased sigil duration on our way to having an extra sigil. Oh, some more cooldown reduction for this lunge would be phenomenal. Isidor's Revenge. Not a unique, or not a set item that we would use with this build at all. And so it's nothing we need. We did say we would consider putting these boots on. They are 12% movement speed, 5% less damage taken while moving. A lot of dodge if you've been hit recently. If that movement speed rolled better, we would use these. But we're not dodge based, the dodge rolls are not great, and so the boots as a whole are not a big benefit for us. We're probably better off sticking with our current boots. The cooldown reduction we're getting from our current boots is actually really good. Very, very beneficial to us. There's a large idol. Vengeance and Smite, shred armor with throwing attacks. Nothing that we're going to use.
Stand down or die.
Still get up to 40 stacks of Ignite on the target fairly easily with the Spear. And the Ignites are hitting harder with the Spear, so that's good. Would like to be able to get 100 stacks of Ignite before we spend a whole lot on improving its damage. I think 100 is probably a good baseline for balance between number of stacks and damage that they're doing. So still need more Ignite chance, more attack speed. Both will help us get there. And of course, as we get our sigils up and we get more ignite chance from the sigils and we keep them up more often because we have the ability to do that, that'll increase our ignite chance. And then we'll get more ignite chance from our healing aura, as well as more attack speed from our healing aura, and then huge bonuses once we get Rive up to its two-handed bonuses one. I forget what it's called. Bow Cleaver. Now this zone is a little bit annoying. You've got these guys you got to chase down and kill, and they move pretty quickly. But they move in a counterclockwise fashion. So once you kill one, go backwards and move in a clockwise fashion, and you'll run into them all. And they're not bad. They just have a little bit more health than the rest of the mobs around here. That model itself is pretty tanky. And you'll see it a lot, especially in echoes. And our little forge weapons that we're summoning on our way to get Foe Cleaver really don't do anything. I don't think they take any of our ignite chance, so they're not doing ignites and they're not doing big ignites. But they are a distraction, and so if they take a hit or two, I mean, that's survivability. Like if they're distracting the enemies and the enemies are hitting them, then that's just a little edge more survivability for us. But once you get into the high echoes, because we're not focusing anything into them, they're just gonna take one hit and die. Moving on up. Alright, so we're now up to enter the Immortal Citadel. This is a really short one here. You just kind of run around, smash a few skellies. The next fight is one of the first reasonably challenging fights in the game. Not from a damage they do, although they do a little bit of damage, but they're just a ton of health. And so it can take a little while, so you have to make sure that you have some sort of healing capability that is not reliant on potions. For us, we have the health on hit and mana on hit from Rive, and so that's very simple from a survivability standpoint for us. We've got that. We just need to make sure that we don't die to anything stupid in the fight. But the fight itself can be a little bit of tough fight if you're relying on health potions as your only source of healing. Because there's degens on the ground and hits from the boss that you have to dodge. And the degens on the ground are all over the place. Man, we need to get better at keeping our sigils up. We are not doing a good job of that. Alrighty, getting up to it. Make sure you do go past that waypoint back there as you come through here and get it. I have managed to skim by it and not get it before and die like that. Physical and necrotic. See, when you have that waypoint and you die, it takes you back there. Dodge out of that. Little archers are just plugging away. And here is our boss fight. The Immortal Citadel. Kill the traitor, kill the bad guys, move on with life.
Move slow. You should have seen this coming. You know how the Emperor operates. Yes.
I've heard of your power. Let's see. No more games.
And typically, if you fight this boss over here, you can avoid activating the other one. So fighting this boss is fairly straightforward. He doesn't have any big hits, and as long as you have some sort of healing, you'll be fine. Keep spamming your lunge to get the extra strikes up on him. Keep your holy aura on cooldown. We can get our ignites up to about 50 stacks, which is not too shabby. And we can go kill his partner afterwards. Now nothing is dying here, so you'll have to redo your sigils. But just keep your sigils up. You can stand in this degen because of the rive hits. Keep lunging to keep your stacks up. And then you can watch your sigil cooldown down the bottom left-hand part of the screen just to make sure that your stacks are up. And all dead. And make sure you talk to her before you enter the portal. Otherwise, you won't get credit for that. Also, it's kind of buggy in groups. Make sure, even if the person you're playing with talks to her, that you talk to her as well. More passives. Again, we're going to pick up our defensive points here in armor and cut strike avoidance on our way down to melee fire. Actually, I think we're just going to go Prayer of Vegas. Forge Guard doesn't have any big ignite stuff. It has this one, but those are pretty deep into the tree. Void Knight. Convert to slow chance for smite. That doesn't do any good for us. There's no ignite in this tree, so we're gonna stay in Paladin. Melee chance on recent spell cast. That's good. We'll have to see, that one will be amazing for Holy Aura. But we'll get down to that part of the tree later. Get our sigil buff here. This can give us an additional sigil. More sigils, more damage. Little sketchy there. Definitely going to need to pick up some more defensive items. Right now we're starting to hit some limits on our life return with just the melee health on hit from our Sentinel tree. And so we might have to start using some leech. We have a couple of options on that. We'll talk about that here in a second. Damage is still good from an exiled mage standpoint. Oh, quit hopping around. Look at him run. So a couple things we're going to do. Right now, we need more resistances, very low across the board. We need more armor. That'll help shore up our defenses. We need more health. That'll help shore up our defenses. Got a few options from a gear standpoint. Better armor would be ideal, because you can get a huge chunk of armor from our body armor upgrade. And definitely need a better helm. This helm is still bad. We haven't found a good helm. I lied. This one is decent sitting in our inventory. Upgrade the armor on it. Upgrade the health on it. Upgrade the fire damage over time on it. Ooh, we need more fire damage over time. Shards. So, as we are looking around, we need to find gear with fire damage over time that we can shatter. So that's going to become important to us for having the affixes that we need. So we want to come in here and add a recolor, and we're going to go yellow. And yellow is just for affixes that we want to shatter off. So fire damage over time is not a common one. It's only on Sentinel items or on mage items. But fire damage over time works for both of those. We can shatter both of those. So we'll add that in there to keep an eye out for them. Drive. We want that foe cleaver. Want the cooldown, and we want the attack speed. And I assume these guys are just hitting us so hard because it is a fire-based zone, and we don't have much fire resistance. Our current ring does not give us the ability to put anything on it, so we need to keep an eye out for a ring. And so we're going to go ahead and start looking at rares again in general, just to see if we can keep an eye out for something that is going to give us some flexibility in what our gear looks like. on our way to the Solar Room. That guy's getting stuck on the ground back there. And these big bird guys get nasty, so be careful with them. And they are the whole game. And we have cut screen.
Submit. You are no longer worthy. Be gone from this land.
Oh no!
Flames will scour this place.
Fire!
So be it then. Perish.
This is like the only cutscene in the whole campaign.
Pathetic. I do not have much longer. Go north. Retrieve.
Put your weapons here and did find one and here. Here, come. We have much to discuss. We don't have much it then you will then we there it but Raya is the larger threat. If freeing Mortitus is what we must do, then we must do that.
We got 15 out of 15 passive points. All we need is idle slots now, so we need to do quests that have idle slots. You can look at that really easy over here. So this Temple of Harut, we need to find the Nomads, doesn't give us anything. Clearing the runes doesn't. Studying time is just a passive point. And the Heal Borean Cure is going to get us idle slot inventory. So we want to make sure we do this one, but we'll do that one while we're doing this Temple of Harut anyway. Once we get our idle slots, we can just jump over into monoliths, and we will be done with this video. Not even remotely done with the character. So we need to find the Nomads, which are down here, but we're going to come up here because we want to go through the Ice Cave to do that. Because the Borean Cure has a thing we need to get from the Ice Cave too. So it's just a more efficient way to do it. That way later on when we need to come back here, we can just take the waypoint, which is over in the middle. there is the ice caverns. We're going to come down here, grab this chest. Neither of those are useful for us. Ooh, ooh. Those guys hit hard. And so that's called an evaluation moment. There's going to be more cold damage as we're fighting things over here. And so we're going to need to do something to get cold resists in order to deal with this area a little bit more efficiently. Because the more times we die, the longer it takes. It's not efficient. We can be a little bit more careful this time. It's those the casters that launch the ice spikes out in like a channel that hurt so much. So we'll be cautious around them. This guy right here. Come down and jump in and kill him. But we'll need to get some cold resist to compensate for that in the future. Unique gloves. I have throwing damage gloves. We're not a throwing class, but those are great for throwers. A helm is not going to do anything for us. And a halberd that could, possibly, that could be better than our spear. We'll play around with that. Let's grab this waypoint though, and come back here later. And then move down. So we can go through the ice caverns. Let's look at that halberd though. It could be better than our spear. It's got a ton of crit on it, which we don't really care about, but it is more damage. It's got a ton of attack speed on it. It's got an ignite chance to hit on it. It does not have any elemental damage over time or damage over time. So that's the only downside. In minion spell damage, we don't care about at all. T5 melee crit. Can't increase any of those yet. We lose 141% damage over time, but we gain a little bit of ignite, a little bit of melee damage, and a lot of crit. We'll play with it, but I'm not sold on it. And we can't equip it yet anyway. Level 44. I love finding gear that we very clearly cannot use. Now this ice cavern, you kind of move down and to the left to get through it. Those guys and those guys are both nasty. And so in this ice place, the two guys that you watch, well, three guys, I guess. So first thing, these guys do an avalanche. That avalanche, if you stand in it, you will die. Resist or no resist. These little spiders don't do anything in particular. The little bear hits a little bit. It's not too bad. But this avalanche absolutely destroys. So like I got stuck in it right there for a second and had to use 2 health potions to stay alive. I need to go pick up health potions. You got to be very careful with that. The other two things to watch out for are the casters that throw the ice spikes and the bat things, or whatever they are, that do that frontal cone right there. You got to get out of that. It will kill you. So those are the three things that you want to watch out for. The big guys with the avalanche, I mean, it's not telegraphed, but you know they're going to cast it every time. And so you just keep moving. And those bats have that frontal cone. And you can just run kind of around them to the back and kill them. And then the guys that channel the ice spike. If you stand in that, it will kill you. 44. Collect our waypoint. Come up here to our quest objective.
Stand down or die.
And move on to the nomads. Stuck? I got lost on my mouse there for a second and I was clicking on something that didn't allow me to move.
Stand down or die.
Ooh. Could not get to the potions in time. But that's okay, we're not on hardcore. Otherwise we would care a lot more about our gear. I think I know what the problem is. My mouse keeps falling off the screen. And that is causing me to... Nope. My mouse is still falling off the screen. Technical difficulties. It's always a great excuse for dying. Now these guys are mostly physical. Can hit a little hard, but they're not too terrible. Aww. Last epoch flaw. If you walk near a zone, it takes you through the zone. Even if you clearly didn't want to go through that zone. This is something they should change. You should have to click on the zone to go through it, not just be near it. Now this place can have some really high mob density and be really nasty. Gotta be careful in here.
Stand down or die.
Get our sigils up and start diving. We're gonna have to kill a little mini boss in here, and then we'll fight like another little boss encounter-y thing. Technically, 2 mini boss things in here. Pretty straightforward. Just follow the quest markers. Not better than our current helmet. This is one of our little boss fights. Let's look at our gear, make sure we don't have anything we can do. Hope everything looks as good as it's gonna get.
You are weak.
Don't stand in the avalanche. I warned y'all about that a while ago. Kill the avalanche guy first. That helm could be good. That idol cannot be good. So it's got high strength on it. But our current helm... Sorry, our current helm is actually really good. Let's go complete this quest, grab this horn. We have to go use the horn in the tundra. But we'll turn in the cure quest first. We never collected the waypoint in town, but this waypoint is very close. We need 3 more idle slots. There's 2. We only need 1 more. Let's grab our town waypoint before we forget about it. And move up to the tundra. And this is the waypoint we picked up earlier on our way through the ice caverns. It saves us a lot of time doing it this way, because it'll take us directly to the place we need to be at. Unique wand. So fancy. Definitely nothing we need. And we raise the bridge. Start getting some ignite chance from our sigils. Alright, now we really need to look for a piece of cold resistance compatible gear in here, because this place actually has just a ton of cold damage. And we're gonna die horribly if we can't get something useful. We haven't seen a lot of gear in a long time. Been very unlucky. Got a lot early, and then not a lot lately. And helms are not going to help us. Our current helmet is actually really good. We need body armor. We can adjust the filter for that though. Oof. Not want to use all those health potions for that one avalanche. Alright, let's get in here. We don't need helmets anymore, but we do need body armor, ring, amulet, and relic. Let's keep an eye out for those. More legendary gloves. Boulder Fist. So these gloves kind of have some unique purposes. They make it so you cannot leech life, which for some builds you want because you don't want to leech life. Maybe you're a low life ward build and you want to stay low on life, things like that. But they're generally not bad gloves. They have a ton of health, a ton of armor. We're not actually using leech, we're using health on hit, so the cannot leech wouldn't affect us, but we lose attack speed on our gloves, so we're giving up offenses for defenses. But we do get increased chance to stun, so maybe we give these a shot, see how they feel. And if it plays well, we use them. If it doesn't play well, we don't use them. And I think we need to go to the left over here. Yeah. See, that guy got stunned before he could cast the avalanche because of the Boulder Fist. It's a solid option. This is a little mini boss guy. He's going to split up into multiple of these, and they will all fire out little shards, and so just kind of dance around and dodge the shards. Don't stay in one place for too long. Like that. He did. Two idle slots. I thought we needed one. We need two though. I just checked. These little Dryad Guardians summon a wall of ice and then do like a channeled AoE. It can hurt. You want to get to them as quickly as possible. Now you can just attack the wall if they summon it in time and break through it. This is where our cooldown reduction is coming in handy, being able to jump around a lot very quickly and get to the targets that we need to kill. dead target does no damage to us. This is another zone that's kind of long, but you just kind of move up and to the right. It can be dangerous though, because a lot of the areas are these tight walkways, and there's a lot of these casters that launch icicles or frost cones or avalanches, and you don't have a lot of places you can move to. So again, extra cold resist here would be really helpful if we had some. But we don't. So instead, we rely on our health potions and our mobility.
Stand down or die.
This armor could be useful. This ring is absolutely useful. So let's first look at this ring. So our current ring has elemental damage of time, strength, and health on it. This one, that mana regeneration kills it. Sorry, I lied. This armor is very solid. We're going to try to chaos roll the attunement off to something useful. Increased armor shred effect is kind of garbage for us, but that's alright. We are going to take this health though, and we're going to take this strength. And then we're going to try to chaos roll this poison resistance off for something useful. Necrotic resistance isn't ideal, but we will accept it. It's 180 armor, 8 strength, 12% increased health. That'll be a big shore on our defenses and help prevent us from dying the way we have been. I'm just junking these items that I personally don't need, but you should keep these, stick them in the bank, make good use of them. I just know I already have lots of duplicates of these. And these gloves have been working out good for us. This amulet, no good. The ignite on there is nice, but unfortunately it's blocked both of the suffixes, which we need for elemental damage over time, which is our hugest benefit to damage. And an important stat slot for the amulet, because it rolls relatively high. And we did not find the guy we're supposed to find before we go through that door. This guy all the way back at the beginning. That's embarrassing. Oh, we were supposed to talk to this guy a while ago. He would have helped us through this nonsense. More defenses?
Your life and you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Who cares about that? I must deal with Rye.
Alright, let's kill this roommate since we got help. Picking up stuff, running back, wasting time, backtracking. We can cut that, right? No. No, we're not gonna cut it. This is real gaming.
The lance.
Alright, so this boss has a nasty stomp. You cannot stand in that. It will kill you. Although we can try to stand in it with rebuke. Let's give it a shot. Nope. See? Rebuke just doesn't last long enough, and it hits hard. Always best to get out. It's an interesting idol. 20% armor.
We have the which. I'll tell me more of this. We have the land which. I'll tell me more of this immortal emperor on our journey.
Back to Hiboria.
I know things are great. Of all, yeah, to be honest, of course. All that is left is to take the lance
And we're done.
bless it.
We are. Oh, nope, I lied. I lied. Lies and manipulations. We need one more idle slot reward. Just one more. So we need to go back to Yo Root. Where is he? That's down to the south. We're gonna leave town, go the southern route. See that stun from those boulder fists in action there, stopping that guy from using any abilities? Very handy.
I see you have returned with the lance. Now it shall bear my final blessing. Even the gods cannot
We have here
observe
your
what
from
fate
death. Forgive
intends
me.
for us.
Let's end our
Do
conversation
not
there.
let it bind you. Farewell.
Fastest way to get back is to teleport back to Hilboria. And then we're going to leave out of the western side of the town this time. Make sure we're taking full advantage of our low cooldown on lunge to get through these kind of intermediary zones fast. There's not a lot here. We might get an item or two, but mostly we just want to move through these, get to the end. Not spend a whole lot of time here. Amulet's not any use for us. Oh, and we're out of the cold, back into the fire. Waiting on that loading screen.
We have a problem. Are you then? They're holed up in the pier. If you think you stand a chance, show no mercy.
And Burning Pier is a fairly simple area, but again, there's some really nasty dot degen spells in here that can kill you very quickly if you're not paying attention to where you're standing. as always, the Birdmen hit hard. You go south first, take out the guy down there, and then you go north, take out the guy up there. These bird guys will continue to spawn as you run by. This guy, Covenant of the Dominion, has very powerful spells. So I want to be careful around him. Don't stand in one place for too terribly long. I think it's actually faster if we go the other way. And portal back to town. Preferably without dying waiting for loading screens.
Can I help you?
Loading screens for loading screens for loading screens. Destroying the siege camp grants us passive points. That's not really going to help us. We don't need any more passive points, so we're going to go ahead and skip this quest and move on to the main quest line so that we can get our title slots. That's going to be in here, but down to the west, as opposed to the south. Now for completionists, y'all are more than welcome to just do all of the quests. Like if you just can't stand having an uncompleted quest, more than welcome to do those. But from an efficiency standpoint, we're way better off not doing those side quests that give us no benefit.
Can I help you? Farewell.
I lied. We need to go the other way. We have points to spend. Almost to our big one. Take the attack speed again there. I think we'll take the additional cooldown recovery. Covers an additional amount of damage and also grants you health when it triggers. We do like to move more. And not only that, the trigger for that is also putting Ignite on our targets, which is a huge damage buff for us to have more and more Ignites on the target. Where are those casters? Light mages. Those guys are nasty. We need to go this way, I think. and Leith's Road. So very close. Now this is the tower, and there's a little quest to return back here and go up to the top of the tower and retrieve some documents. That might be the quest we do to get our idle slots. I think that one does give you idle slots. First we have to kill this little event over here. Now these golems, in and of itself, they're not that bad, but they drop a huge attack that does a lot of damage. So you gotta make sure you kill them before they do that attack.
I see you helped clear out the rabble then. I thank you for your effort.
Oh, see? That's that guy you're not supposed to stand in front of. We warned you about him earlier. I don't know why you didn't listen. Oh! Fire hurts with not enough fire resist. We're running 25%. Need more. Is this Warblade good? If only it didn't have 185% cold resist, or cold damage. Now here we can show you a crafting option. So, Chance on Ignite is good. The melee attack speed is good. The cold damage is terrible for us though. We can use it as is, and it's a good weapon, but it's not a great weapon. So what we can do is use a rune of removal. And we can cross our fingers, pray, make an offering to our gods, whatever we do. We want to kick that cold damage off. Now, if we lost Ignite or melee area skills, we would put those back on. But the melee attack speed is 5 ranks. It'd be hard to put that back on with 23 forging potential. And we lost the best thing on the item, so it's garbage now. Welcome to Gamba. Fatima.
I'm glad you cited. That would not be wise.
Go ahead and
Leah
turn
has
in our
been known
quests
to be
here.
intense. Though I see her as a friend, she will consider me as a threat.
And then I believe we do our Leah's Tower quest and we get our last set of idle slots.
Farewell.
If I remember correctly.
Are you ready to head out? If you need more time, just say so.
Yep, so we go back to Leah's Road. We go over here to the tower. And we go up, up, up. Well, there's some guys to kill on every level here. But you don't have to. You can just go straight to the top. And don't stand up, poop. And we collect our stolen books here. Go back to Fatima.
May I help you?
And we got our slots. 15 passive idle points, 8 idle slots. We have all of our idle slots available now. We can go ahead and just grab some miscellaneous idols to stick in there from the chest down here. Got one there. Got one there. One there. Now we got a few pieces there. We can go to the end of time now. Spend our last little passive. we can start the end game. 24 health is a nice little bonus there. A little bit of endurance threshold. Not real big for us, but we'll take it. And where else should we go here? I don't think we have any other ignite nodes on this tree we have access to. Fire damage nodes that are significant, except for Righteous Firebrand. So Righteous Firebrand is going to give us more melee fire damage when we're proccing our Holy Aura. That's the spell we're going to be casting. Lunge is an attack, and then Revive is an attack. And so Sigils of Hope and Holy Aura are the two ways that we can trigger that. To get to our monoliths, we run over here, and we'll step on this bridge. And we'll do our first monolith before we sign off. Do we want gold or gold? Options abound. Destroy both bone spires. Fairly simple, just follow the quest markers, kill the bone spires, and whatever else happens to be in the way. We got an amulet right out the gate. That is a summoner's amulet though. We are not a summoner. Oof. Gotta be careful of those bombs that they drop. So when you lose in a monolith, it zeroes out the reward. So you can no longer get the reward. But you can still complete the monolith to like extend the timeline that way. But we're not going to do that for right now. We're going to go after this other bone spire here in this other timeline and not stand in that explosion. Now we summon that mage, but if we ignore him, he'll just fight other things in here. The exiled mage will kill everything around him, including other guys. Oh, we still got good damage for the mages. They die quick. And good stuns for interrupting those guys still, thanks to the Boulder Fist. The Bone Spire is in the other direction on this, so we're going to head back over towards it. We passed it up. But these things are relatively easy to kill as long as you don't stand in the artillery shell that they drop. And our first echo is conquered. Take our town portal out, collect our gold reward, and our chest reward. And we got our first exalted item. This is a T6 endurance threshold. Void damage over time isn't really good for us, but we could get lucky with chaos rolling that. For now, we'll start breaking it down. And from here on out, it's just farming monoliths. We'll do some more of that at another time and kind of redesign what we want to do with the character. We're either going to continue with the Rive Ignite build or go to a Warpath Fire build, or possibly something else. Paladin has a lot of options for building the character itself, and it's very easy to kind of flip back and forth between the builds that you want to give it a shot. All in all, it took us about 4.5 hours to get from 0 to 1 successful monolith, and from here on it's just building your character, building your gear, and fine-tuning everything. Best thing to do is to learn your character, what you need, how you need it. Pay attention to when you need defenses, when you need offenses. It's a balance between staying alive and doing damage. Obviously, we want to kill everything and everyone goes for damage first, but you have to have that baseline of defense to make sure that you're capable of dealing out the damage without just getting one shot. The game does not favor dying. There's no penalty for dying other than the time lost continuously for having to redo things. Like, for example, we died in our first monolith here, and so now this monolith will never give us a reward. And so if we want to go down this timeline over here, we still have to complete this monolith, but it will not have a reward. And so there is some time lost there for dying, even though there's no actual penalty for dying. So staying alive is good, staying alive is winning. The character was fairly well, worked well. We had a few hiccups here and there, but most of that is just due to not maintaining defenses like we should. Resistances are important, and is the first thing that we should be shoring up on this character. We can get that a few different ways, including from our passive tree. There's elemental resistance right here. There's fire and void resistance right here. There's a lot of different places that you can get resistance nodes on your tree without going straight for damage. So those become some solid options as well. And just looking at our gear and redesigning things and utilizing the crafting system to fill in holes in our gear and figuring out exactly what we want to do. Now, as always, if you have any questions, find me on Twitch, find me on YouTube, shoot me a message. I'm happy to help any way I can. Again, my name is Lokati. Thank you very much, and y'all have a wonderful day.